Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this evening's council meeting. Tonight's meeting is also televised on Rogers TV. We will begin the meeting with the singing of O Canada and ask everyone to stand. And the choir this evening is all of us, so please join in once the video starts. Great job, everyone. It's been moved by Councillor Davey that the minutes of the regular meeting held April 27th and special meetings held April 23rd and 27th as mailed to the Mayor and Councillors be accepted. All in favour? That's carried unanimously. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? None. Unless otherwise directed, I'll refer the communications as listed on the agenda. All in favour? Opposed? That too is carried. We'll now move into the presentations, and we'll begin with the presentations of the awards of merit. Good evening, Council. As you know, every couple of years we have the opportunity to recognize those in our community who serve on our various committees and citizen advisory committees and boards. And tonight we are presenting awards of merit to those who have been long-serving members of our various committees. A number of people are here, but there's a few who aren't. And so I'll just begin by acknowledging those who weren't able to make it this evening. Laura Lee Dam, who served on Compass Kitchener from 2007 to 10 and the Arts and Culture Advisor Committee from 2010 to 14. Mike Argis, who served on the Cycling Advisory Committee from 2010 to 2014. Marcus Shantz, who served on the Centre in the Square Board of Directors from 2008 to 2014. And Corinne Cash, who served on the Kitchener Housing Inc. Board of Directors from 2009 to 2014. And now I'd like to move on to the people who we're recognizing this evening. And the first person is Lawrence McNaught. Lawrence has served on the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee from 2006 to 2010 and on the Downtown Action Advisory Committee from 2010 to 2014. Please join me in thanking Lawrence. The next person has, fair to say, served on a plethora of committees. Patrick Doherty. Patrick has served on the Auditorium Operating Committee from 1979 to 1990, on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Group in 1991, on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee from 1993 to 2001, on Compass Kitchener from 2000 to 2008, and on the Safe and Healthy Community Advisory Committee from 2002 to 2014. And Patrick has also informed me that he's taking committee participation prerogative and has a couple words to share with council this evening. So, Pat?
Council, congratulations to the other recipients. I just wish to say that I would most certainly share this award with Gloria, my wife. She's put up with me for over 50 years on these committees, and so I think she deserves this more than myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next recipient this evening is Theron Kramer. Theron has served on Compass Kitchener from 2007 to 2014. Please join me in acknowledging Theron. I thought I saw Theron earlier. Maybe not. Next up, we have Lisa Polonowski, who served on the Downtown Action Advisory Committee from 2009 to 2014. Please join me in congratulating Lisa. Okay. Now, I know our next recipient is here, and that's F. George Zader. George served on the Kitchener Public Library Board from 1994 to 2000, and from 2002 to 2006. He served on Compass Kitchener from 2000 to 2003 and on the Environment Committee from 2006 to 2014. Please join me in acknowledging George. The next person we're recognizing this evening is Dan Carley, who served on the Kitchener Public Library Board from 2003 to 2014. Please join me in acknowledging Dan. Our next recipient is, I think this is the second time he's probably receiving it for times on the Kitchener Public Library Board, and that's Bruce McNeil, who also served on the Kitchener Public Library Board from 2003 to 2014. Please join me in acknowledging Bruce. And our final recipient this evening is Anna Oja, who served on Heritage Kitchener from 2009 to 2014. Please join me in acknowledging Anna. Anna here? Nope. I guess Anna didn't make it as well. We'll make sure that each of these individuals receive their awards afterwards. Thank you. Thank you once again to all the recipients this evening. Our committee truly is fortunate to have the dedication of so many community volunteers that work tirelessly to help make our community a better place to live, and we couldn't do it without all of you. So thank you very much, and to your families for their support. We'll now move on to our next delegation, and that's Diane Bonfont, who's with Flag Wavers of Waterloo Region, to speak about the 50th anniversary of the Canadian flag. And I'd like to remind Diane and all of our delegations this evening that you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Welcome, Diane.
Thank you. We have a 4-minute video to show, and then I'll have a short address.
Okay. Thank you.
Flag Wavers of Waterloo Region are dedicated to spark Waterloo Region's residents and beyond to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Canada's flag from National Flag Day of Canada, February 15, 2015 to 2016. We produced a 40-minute video entitled, "Let's Celebrate the 50th Anniversary of Canada's Flag," and encourage everyone to help us spread the word to show this video to community groups and organizations, schools, and businesses. 5 Canadians that we selected share, in their own words, their insights and expertise chronicling an inspirational storyline. Bob Harper champions all things about the flag, underscoring that the image of a single maple leaf would inevitably be the centerpiece in Canada's national flag. Glenn Wright gives us a first-hand peek into history with a few cherished items stored at National Archives of Canada. Have you ever heard of Joan O'Malley? Joan tells her story about secretly sewing for Prime Minister Lester Pearson the first prototypes of the final 3 proposed flag designs. At that time, she had chosen her favorite. Robert Levante, flag master, is part of a team that changes and maintains the flags flown on Ottawa's Parliament buildings. Once you hear Robert revealing his passion about how he feels every time he raises and lowers the flag on the Peace Tower, you will be convinced Robert is the right person for the job. The charming, renowned, and colorful Canadian artist Charles Patcher welcomes us into his home and studio he calls Moose Factory, sharing his zeal for all things Canadian. Glimpse many of his original paintings depicting the flag and other iconic national symbols. Flag Wavers of Waterloo Region commissioned a song called Canadian Flag Waver, sung by its composer and producer Stephen Bergen and the students of Smithson Public School, Kitchener. You're invited to sing along. It's hard to resist reaching for a flag to wave. The grand finale of our video was a rousing version of O Canada, which ends with a show of flags around Waterloo Region. Go to flagwaversofwaterlooregion.com for contact information and to engage us to present our video or join our volunteer group, or for bios, buzz, links to research resources, fun flag facts, and more. View our Flag Envy photo gallery along with details about other projects such as our Let's Celebrate quilt, created by local women. Its 12 multicolored panels represents Canada's diverse landscapes, seasons, and heritage of peoples, all generations and cultures. Every quilt tells a story, and this quilt speaks for Canada's flag as an enduring and unifying symbol. Pin on your pride, wear one, share one or two with family, friends, neighbors, or co-workers. Finally, celebrate our country's greatest symbol by simply looking up and looking around. Be a flag waver of Waterloo Region.
Mayor Vrbanovic, members of council, staff, and guests, thank you for allowing me to present as a member of the volunteer group Flag Wavers of Waterloo Region. The sneak peek trailer promotes our fun and fascinating 35-minute documentary entitled Let's Celebrate the 50th Anniversary of Canada's Flag. By showing this tonight, we are asking for help to spread the word for us to present it to community groups, organizations like Rotary, Probus Club, seniors, churches, schools, legions, throughout the flag's 50th anniversary year, which ends February 15, 2016. So far, we've had rave reviews, especially from seniors who remember the events of 1965. As just heard, Joan O'Malley, at age 20, was requested by Prime Minister Lester Pearson on November 6, 1964, to secretly sew the first prototypes of the final 3 proposed flag designs. Yes, Joan sewed the first Canadian flag that waved. An annual event happening now in this City Hall rotunda is a display of quilts that will be hanging at Quilts for the World at St. Jacob's Mennonite Church from May 26th to 29th. Joan is a special friend and supporter, so at her invitation and with the sponsorship of Clare Hills Retirement Residences of Waterloo, Joan will be attending Quilts for the World all week at St. Jacob's Mennonite Church and a free welcome Meet Joan O'Malley event at Clare Hills on May 27th. Starting at 2:15, there will be a program that includes Joan telling her story, answering questions, and encouraging others to talk about their memories of the flag's first beginnings in 1965. Our Let's Celebrate video, which you've just seen the trailer, will also be shown at this event. These are Joan's only public appearances in Canada during the flag's 50th anniversary. Don't miss her exclusive visit to Waterloo Region during the last week of May at Quilts for the World and at Clare Hills. Come and meet a living witness who will be sharing a rare glimpse into Canadian history. For the flag's 50th anniversary, Canada Post has issued a stamp, their first fabric stamp, honoring Joan. We will be selling these first day issue envelopes, which Joan will sign for Quilts for the World, and also the envelope that has the regular special 50th anniversary flag at Quilts for the World that Joan will sign. Proceeds from these things will help support our projects. And these, reminding everyone in this room that these could be limited mementos for your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren, especially when the 100th anniversary of the flag comes around in 2065. Go to our website, flagwaversofwaterloo.region.com, for more information or to view, again, this promotional Freak trailer and the whole video for our commission song, Canadian Flag Waver. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Diane. Is there any questions? If not, I just want to thank you for your work and your group's work in promoting our flag and the celebration of its 50th birthday.
It's a busy year, but we'd like to be busier showing our documentary to everyone in the community.
Absolutely, and thank you for providing us with flags for around the horseshoe today.
Thank you. So we'll see you at Quilts for the World.
Okay, sounds wonderful. Okay, we'll now move on to delegations. Now we have an issue that Council is aware of that we're dealing with tonight. And actually, it's two issues and they're intertwined with each other. The first is the issue of a notice of motion requesting reconsideration that Councillor Yanetsky has indicated he's planning on bringing forward. And then we're dealing with the issue of notice of the removal of notice of intent to designate 156-158, which had initially one registered delegation, but now we have numerous delegations for this evening. There is one delegation for 9A, which is the motion to reconsider. However, consistent with council protocol, what we'll need to do first is deal with the motion to reconsider. If council grants that, then we will entertain any new motion that might come forward and listen to any delegations for that. Once we've disposed of that issue, we'll move on to the issue with respect to 156 and 158 King Street West. So in light of that, I will turn it over to you, Councillor Yanetsky, to bring forward your motion, your request for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, are you asking that we deal with this one first before we deal with the other one?
Yes, because I
know they're intertwined.
Yeah, they're very intertwined, and unless council agrees to revisiting this issue, then any future delegations need to focus any of their comments on specifically with respect to 156, 158.
Okay. Mr. Mayor and members of council, and
so you're moving right now. First of all, that this motion that we reconsider
9A.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And your reasons for it.
Yeah. Exactly. Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the audience, I have filed a notice of motion to reconsider the topic of the Mayfair Hotel that has been slated for demolition. And since the meeting of council back about 2.5 weeks ago that had removed the designation of the intent to designate on that particular property, it was done rather quickly because of the urgency that was presented by the chief building official. And from that point in time, there was not much really any opportunity for Heritage Kitchener to consider the issue, nor for the public to respond and appear as delegations. In the meantime, I have received numerous phone calls and emails and talked to numerous people on this who have expressed a concern and have asked what can we do to bring it forward. From the discussions that I've had with engineers in the field and architects and people who have got that background, they have basically indicated to me, in which I have also noted, that there was no opportunity to have a proper review of this particular building in light of the intent to demolish. The reports that were filed with the chief building official specifically stated that the intent of the demolition was to address the issue of safety and to address the issue of urgency that the buildings be removed. And when we had the meeting on April the 23rd, I think was the date, when we considered to removal of that intent to designate, the engineer at the time from MTE had indicated that his direction from staff was to look at the structural integrity of the building and the issue of whether it's an issue of safety or not. There was no direction given to that engineer of looking at means or ways of considering restoration or anything of that nature. What I'm bringing forward a motion here this evening is with the objective that an opportunity from all the discussions that I have, and I know there's members in the audience who will speak to that, who have that background and connections to that assessment, are requesting, just a request, that this be given another opportunity to look and hire a member of Heritage Restoration, an engineer or an architect that specifically deals with heritage restoration. Having that review will provide an opportunity to consider whether the building should be saved or not saved. Now, I know there's issues that need to be addressed, whether we can go into the building, matters of looking at the reports, a visual inspection from the outside, looking at photographs that have been taken. Those can be all considered, and some evaluation could be made at this time. I'm not asking at this point in time any request that we put an intent to designate on the Mayfair Hotel. That's not before you. All that request is to provide another party that does restoration on this basis. And there are a lot of examples that have been done throughout Ontario and Canada, and some of the delegations here could address to that. And of course, buildings have been saved, and there is ways of doing it. As I maybe pointed out last week, the Leaning Tower, a piece of the bell tower could have been looked at, that could have fallen over because it's leaning some 4 meters, and structural engineers probably would have condemned it. However, other engineers who look at it from a restoration point of view find ways and means of saving it and restoring it. The Mayfair Hotel is not that same dire situation of falling over by 4 meters. Although it does have its issues, it does have an opportunity, in my opinion, from the people I've talked to have another chance to take a look at and have an opportunity to be restored. So I am just requesting council at this point in time to just give consideration to allow for the discussions and to allow for a number of people who have registered as delegates here this evening an opportunity to speak. The ball is still in the chief building official's court. He still has the trump card, if I could put it in those terms, on the issue of safety, etc. Although we do have a concern on safety issues, and our people I've spoken to would not want to go into the building that's not safe, but there's still ways of looking at a restoration process. So I am imploring the members of council to just give this opportunity to have a reconsideration and have the delegates present their case and for council to hear us out. Thank you.
Okay, so your motion is to reconsider based on the need to obtain some additional information. So specifically speaking to that rationale, Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We're now facing demolition of 3 heritage buildings right next to City Hall.
Actually, just before we do that, can we get a seconder for the original motion? Moved by Councillor Fernandez. Okay, thank you, Councillor Etherington. You can continue, but again, we're only talking about the motion to reconsider, specifically 11 Yonge Street. So that's the only thing we're talking about right now, not 3 buildings.
Too late now, Mr. Chair. They're in the heart of the city where council has invested millions in an ongoing effort to create a vibrant downtown. In past weeks, I've talked to dozens of voters who care very much about Kitchener's few remaining heritage downtown buildings. All of them ask one simple question that relates to what Councillor Janetzki was just saying. What could possibly be lost by delaying demolition of the Mayfair buildings for the time it would take to have a $300 architectural review completed by a restoration expert? Such a report could comment on safe ways to restore the Mayfair and save it from demolition. People who have called me and emailed me also point out that from an economic point of view, it's a healthy investment for our city to preserve its historic buildings. We talk a lot about this. Much of the future of Kitchener is in high tech, and those in high tech very much want to be located downtown where they can work, live, and play in older brick and beam buildings. I hear that over and over. I would also remind Council that historic buildings at risk of collapse and demolition, as close as New Hamburg and elsewhere in Ontario and across the world, have been saved and restored after being reviewed by architectural heritage experts. Surely we've learned something from past mistakes where, including the old City Hall, past councils have voted to tear down some of our most beautiful heritage buildings. I don't want to repeat such tragic mistakes, so I'm going to support this motion to reconsider, and I would appeal to others on council to do the same. We've got nothing to lose. By the way, I walked around the Mayfair and the buildings I'm not allowed to refer to a few hours ago. At the back, there were cars parked next to this dangerous building. At the front, there was no fencing on King. There hasn't been for weeks. And the Bead Boutique next to the Mayfair buildings, at such huge risk of imminent collapse, was still open for business this afternoon. So I just point that out. We've got nothing to lose by continuing this important discussion tonight. Nothing to lose by working with the owners to find a safe, constructive way to save the Mayfair or the facades of these heritage structures instead of rushing toward demolition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I deeply understand the effort by some council members and especially for Councillor Janetzki to put this motion for reconsider forward for protection and preservation of a very important part of this city's history. But where I still struggle with the decision that was already made was that no material facts have changed. As council members, we can all have opinions, and they're important opinions, but we are not experts. We have experts as staff, and we have gone out and taken expert opinion through consultants. So until our chief building official can say otherwise, he has already deemed this building unsafe, which means it's difficult to allow someone to enter to review it further for inspection, and further compounds the problem of even if there was a basis, a way of supporting or for restoration, it still could pose a risk to life in that endeavor. And that's something I can't think of putting support of, where there could be life or a danger to life to some individual. So on that basis, it's difficult for me to support the motion to reconsider.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. I'm going to ask that Council take into consideration what we've heard from Councillor Yanetsky, what I'm sure many of you have heard from over the last number of weeks from architectural experts, heritage people, the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario. Over and over and over again, we have heard from these people that say that they know how to take a look at a building like this and to give an expert opinion on whether it can be restored or whether it has to be demolished. We have not taken the opportunity to have this expert opinion. And I think for $350, wouldn't we want to just take that opportunity? They know, we talk about structural engineers having an expertise. These people also have an expertise. They understand old buildings. And I'm not talking about 100-year-old buildings. I've heard from some of these gentlemen and from these ladies who are talking about 300, 400, 600-year-old buildings that they have been in. So they know what they're talking about. And not to say a structural engineer does not know what he's talking about. Not to say that our chief building inspector does not know what he's talking about. But this is another expertise from a completely different perspective. And I think it does absolutely little harm to take an opportunity for that expert and those expertise to take a look at this building. I would kindly, respectfully ask Council to allow this motion to reconsider to stand.
Councillor Gazzola.
Unfortunately, I don't really have any notes prepared because I couldn't see what I was writing. But I did want to come out and support this one item on tonight's agenda. When this issue was before us back on April the 23rd, I stayed away from asking questions because I feel even to this day there are a lot of questions concerning that building and the adjacent buildings which have never been answered and need to be answered. I raised it again last week at the Heritage Committee meeting, but it appears that there's no room for asking those types of questions. Setting that aside, my main questions on the 23rd dealt with the timing. How much time do we have to have another look? And also the issue of there's just impossible for us to have another look. On that day, I threw out this ridiculous idea of you really need to get inside. You can put a drone in there and see exactly what's going on and what the condition of the building is. And I stated how in this region we're leaders in that side of in that industry. And it was 2 or 3 days after that our people from this region were taking their drones over to Nepal to examine what was going on over there. My whole issue, and I do not question the issue of safety. That has to be the number one issue, and I do not deny that. But because of our really not great history on saving buildings, I wanted to make sure that we did everything within our power to try and save this building. So at that point, what it took was an agreement to have a peer review, a third review on the building. And there were opportunities that have come forward from people that know a lot more about heritage than any of us. that showed that it could be done with a very low minor cost. Now, we've put a lot of money into that building. I think we've put over $500,000 into that building when we owned it. Surely we could have afforded another $1,000, $2,000 to get an additional review, to really satisfy ourselves and everyone else that we had done everything we could do. And the timing, I think this first came to light, if I'm not wrong, on April the 11th. Here it is, May the 11th. I bet that building is still standing on July the 11th. I know when they took the wrecking balls to the Forsyth building, they had one terrible time bringing it down. So I would really urge members of council, the question of safety is not at hand here. The question of the ability or of the integrity of our chief building official is not in question here. It's just saying, let's have one last look to see if we can do something here. And so I would urge everyone to give us the go-ahead to do that. I think we have the time to do it. I'm sure we can find the funds to do it, and I think we can do it in a safe manner.
Councillor Marsh?
Well, for me, when we first heard about this idea that the Mayfair would have to be demolished, I questioned that. On the day that we had our meeting, a 3-hour meeting to discuss this topic, I was also hesitant when our chief building official first spoke before us to say that it was unsafe. But I am no engineer, and I saw before us a unanimous sentiment that we all, every single councillor who spoke about how they trust in our chief building official, and now what we have learned is that yes, it was on April 11th that the building was first deemed to be a problem, and then subsequently unsafe. We even had an earthquake in Michigan approximately a week ago, and apparently there were tremors locally that did not make the Mayfair fall down. All that to say, even though all of that has taken place, I am confident that what I have learned in the last few days from the chief building official, from the owner of the building, and from other experts, is that material changes have indeed taken place. That the silt building up beside the foundation is increasing, and as much as I would really want to save Ken Lippert's great uncle's building. Ken and Helen Lippert are in the audience today, and they brought their granddaughter to the heritage meeting I noticed today. So it was her great uncle who did build this building. Nevertheless, I imagine if we said, yes, let's try and save this building, and then a human life, or more than one human life, was lost. I really do not think that is a cost that we are willing to pay. So I very regrettably cannot support this motion.
Any other comments on this issue? Councillor Davey?
Thank you. I'm in agreement with those that when I saw this motion to reconsider, I truly hoped there would be something in terms of new information coming forward. I thought that was frankly the purpose of a motion to reconsider, is that something has changed. There's been a new dynamic, and there has been zero. Nothing that has been presented has been new. The reality is the chief building official has said that no one can enter the building. So even if we were to unanimously say, let's have a heritage expert look at the building, they have to look at it from the outside. They're not allowed to go into it. It's like asking someone the condition of the engine of a car and only letting them walk around it when it's not running. And even supposing that for some reason they could come back, this person came back and said, yes, we can save the building, we can restore it. So we're going to take this one opinion of someone who's walked around the outside of the building and throw away 2 professional engineers and our chief building official's opinion? And at what point does one upset the other? It just doesn't make any sense. I said it before, one of the scariest things I think from my vantage that politicians can do is keep searching for a different answer until they get the one that they want instead of relying on professional opinions, and that's what I'm afraid we're looking at doing here. Yes, the Mayfair is a very important heritage building, but God forbid, kids get in there or squatters or something like that, and if that building were to collapse, is the heritage building really more important than running the risk of that happening?
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I too just quickly want to add, because I think the point's been made that it hadn't been looked at whether, from a structural standpoint, whether it could be saved or not. And a specific question I asked when we dealt with this was about the front facade, because that came forward, and I asked the chief building official, and it came out in the report from my understanding, that because if we could save the front facade, I think all of us would be in a much different position at this point, because I think we'd all love to see parts of it saved. Unfortunately, that was looked at according to the chief building official, and it can't be saved. So that's one point that I just wanted clarification to bring clarity on. Unfortunately, our hands are tied when it comes to this. The chief building official has deemed it unsafe, and we would have no say in this matter if the intent to designate wasn't there, period. And so it's very hard for me to sit here and go against 2 structural engineers, our chief building official. While I respect everyone's attempts, and I would love to see it saved as well, it's just not going to be feasible this time, so I can't support the reconsideration.
Any other comments? Councillor Councillor Marsh, you're looking to speak a second time?
If it would help to ask the chief building official to comment further, then we could do that.
I was just going to ask Councillor Galloway-Seelock, is that a question you had of the chief building official?
Because I didn't feel we could ask the question because we haven't reconsidered
That is correct.
So I'm putting that out there from what I recall from the meeting that we had.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, I'll just make mine. Without a doubt, the issue of 11 Yonge Street or the Mayfair Hotel is a difficult issue that Council has had to grapple with. And I, like many others on April 23rd, were very disappointed that we were faced both with the information that we needed to deal with and the difficult decision that needed to be made. While there have been some instances in the past that perhaps previous councils did not make the best, some of the best choices around heritage. At the same time, there's many examples where this municipality made a lot of positive decisions, and there's examples of that throughout our community. As Councillor Davey indicated, I too was hoping that there would be some new information that would come forward as part of this motion to reconsider, and I didn't hear that today. And while I have heard the suggestion that question of safety is not at hand, that totally contradicts the information that was both provided by the owner's engineer, our engineer, and our chief building official. And I, as a member of council, who, quite frankly, did not have my training in engineering, building construction, or any of those trades, don't feel I'm in a position to be taking, to basically be contradicting their views when it comes to matters of public safety. There are certain officers of the organization, the chief building official is one, fire prevention is another, that when it comes to those issues and those decisions, and actually the city clerk is a third, when it comes to those positions and certain aspects of their roles, where council does not play a role in trying to change the views and decisions of those individuals. I think if we start going down that path, it really sets a dangerous precedent that would be, I think, a grave concern for this or any other municipality. So in light of that, I too cannot support the reconsideration that's been requested this evening. Councillor Yanetsky, you've already spoken. I waited till the end.
Yeah,
has something new to add?
Well, just an answer to a couple of comments that have been made by the fellow councillors, that arguments are presented that there's no new information that has come forward. Well, you can't bring information if you don't have open for discussion to talk about it. And there's members of the delegations out there who are willing to tell you information and other sources.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but clapping is not appropriate in the council chamber. Go ahead, Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, there are members in the audience who have specifically background training in their field of work who wish to tell you of the opportunities and ways that things can be considered and to provide new information that you're saying, well, we don't have any information. Well, they want to give it to you and to discuss it. That's all I'm asking for, is to have discussion and then to think about it. As I mentioned earlier, the chief building official still's got the trump card. He's going to make sure everything is going to be safe there and protected and does whatever he has to. But in the meantime, in the next few days, we try to get a professional who's got expertise in that particular field to come forward and give you some direction and advice as to how we can save buildings as opposed to tearing them down. Okay. And I ask for a recorded vote so we know how.
Ladies, excuse me, order, please. Council is dealing with this issue. Councillor Gazzola, I'm not looking to go around a second time. I gave Councillor Yanetsky the courtesy of speaking a second time because he moved the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Gazzola.
I was just going to ask that you allow any delegates that are here to talk about this issue to speak before we have a vote.
Councillor Gazzola, the agenda makes it very clear what the process is, and our rules of procedure make it very clear what the process is on a motion to reconsider. There are numerous delegations registered for the next item, and we will hear those delegations.
Are there any here?
There was only one registered for this first item.
Well,
but that's not the process.
Can we not hear from that one?
Councillor Gazzola, that's not the process.
I don't know that is or isn't the process.
Well, Councillor Gazzola, it's in your procedure manual.
Surely our minds will not be tainted by one delegate.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote. Sure. Recorded vote has been called to reconsider. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion to reconsider does not carry. We'll now move on to item 6A, which is the issue of the notice of intent to designate 156, 158 King Street West. In light of today's developments, I'm going to ask Mr. Wilmer to begin with information from staff. Then I will be going to the registered delegation and then to the numerous other delegations who have requested to speak this evening. Mr. Wilmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we'd like to ensure that Council is aware of up-to-date information to help provide context for your discussion of item 6A. So as you might imagine, taking down a building that has a shared wall with another existing building is a complex process. And because of the shared wall between 11 Yonge, the former Mayfair Hotel, and 156, 158 King West, the former Him and Hardware building, before our staff could issue a demolition permit for the Mayfair, we needed to be satisfied that that demolition could be done safely while protecting not only the people doing the work, but also the Hyman building. So additional information was needed, a demolition plan to inform the demolition permit. And as part of that additional information, we became aware that the Mayfair building and the Hyman building are more structurally integrated than we had previously understood. So our staff have been working with the property owner and their consultants towards overcoming this challenging situation. As a result of that, in recent days, more details are being learned each day, and based on new information and reports we've received today, we now find ourselves in the position where the chief building official has issued an order calling for the immediate demolition of the Hyman building, concurrent with the demolition of the Mayfair building. The reason being that it is not safe to risk delaying the estimated 4 to 7 weeks that it would take to do the necessary shoring or bracing of the Hyman building during demolition. So I say that to you as sort of an overview context before Mr. Sealing speaks to give you more details. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Okay, so you want Mr. Sealing to go next then?
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay,
yes.
That's fine. So Mr. Sealing. And there is a set of documents on Council's desk with Mr. Sealing's various reports. Go ahead, Mr. Sealing.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council, our senior leadership team, and guests. Just to follow up on what Mr. Wilmer was presenting, the demolition permit for 11 Yonge Street was filed. On May 1st, building staff received the demolition plan that was referenced. It was prepared by the owner's engineer. It was submitted. It was reviewed that same day for building code compliance in terms of how is the building going to be, what the type of construction it is, what is the process for the demolition, how is the public going to be protected, and how is its interconnection with 156 and 158 King Street, how is that going to be shored? There were 3 specific issues on the demolition plan that were highlighted, and the same day we commented back to the consultant stating that we needed more clarification. On May 5th, the city received additional information indicating that there's challenges and timelines related to the installation of the shoring to stabilize 156 and 158 King Street before the demolition of the Mayfair building could start. And that the timelines could result in an unplanned collapse of 11 Yonge Street and through the interconnection of its building structure between 11 Yonge and 156 and 158 through the common wall, that it could affect 156 and 158. Later that day, I contacted the city engineer who's with me tonight, Mr. Kurt Rulin from MTE. I shared the information with him. On the subsequent day, I met with the property owner to get additional clarification and a better understanding of the concerns related to the shoring of 156 and 158. The next day, May 7th, the city received additional information from the owner's consultant, Blackwell, as well as Witzel Dice, about the logistics of retaining 156 and 158 King Street. At this time, I became more aware of the extent of the interconnection of the 2 buildings and that shoring of 156 and 158 King Street to withstand the demolition of the former Mayfair Hotel is much more complex than what I originally anticipated. Additionally, I was informed by both Blackwell and Witzel Dice that attempting to install shoring at 156 and 158 King would put workers at risk. I should also point out that this comment was verified by my consultant, MTE, in their report that was submitted earlier today, and they agreed with the risk to worker safety. The next day, May 8th, as a result of what I learned, the previous day I organized a meeting with our consultant, MT Consultants, as well as Blackwell Engineering and Witzel Dice to inspect 156 and 158 King Street at 1 o'clock. During this inspection, a new major structural unsafe issue with respect to the former Mayfair Hotel was identified that makes the building even less structurally sound, or in my situation, it's another reason why the building is unsafe than originally thought. We inspected the building, or I should say on May 8th, when the building was being inspected from the roof of 156 and 158, there is a visible bowing of the outer wall, both horizontally and vertically, and it bows towards, that's on the Mayfair Hotel, it's the same common wall separating 11 Yonge and 156, 158. And the wall is bowing towards 158 King Street. Today, I conducted an inspection with Kurt Rulin of MT Consultants at 10 a.m. this morning. At noon today, I received an engineer's report from MT Consultants recommending that the concurrent and immediate demolition of 11 Yonge Street and 156 and 158 King Street. Shortly after 1 p.m. today, I issued an order to remedy unsafe building through demolition and issued a second order prohibiting occupancy for 156, 158 King Street. To summarize, new information has come to light from the inspections of 156 and 158 King Street that strongly confirm that the former Mayfair Hotel is more unstable and unsafe than originally thought and requires immediate demolition. 3 independent engineers have concluded that shoring of 156 and 158 King Street is a complex process that would take several weeks before demolition of 11 Yonge Street could even commence. At an optimal level, I'm looking at another 4 weeks. Councillor Gazzola already commented that we're almost at 4 weeks right now, which will leave both buildings vulnerable to an unplanned collapse. Council members, this is not an easy decision, but we need to remove the unsafe condition at 11 Yonge Street and at 156 and 158. This has been my number one priority since I got involved with this project on April 13th.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Sealing? Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Sealing, I think you said it best. It absolutely is not an easy decision. And it's unfortunate with this new information related to 156 and to 158. So beyond this, it's also connected to another property that's listed under the Heritage Register, which is I think 144-150. Is there any anticipation that demolition to these 2 buildings could also impact the structural integrity in support of the adjoining building?
So through the Mayor, on the inspection of Friday, May 8th, that was one of the items that our engineers were to look at so that we're not in the same predicament. The good news is the address of 140 to 150 King Street West was built in around 1895 and was built as a 3-story freestanding structure as far as our records indicate. The structure at 156, 158 was not built. Yes, the building at 156 and 158 is connected to the building at 140 and 150, but our engineers feel that we are able to shore up that building along the lines of the shoring that I originally thought, temporary shoring that could be done so that we do not lose the building at 140 and 150.
Well, out of all of this, at least that's some good news. So great, thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sealing, my understanding is the King properties, 156, 158, they're at risk of collapse, is that correct?
That is correct. through their interconnection with the common wall and how they're connected to the building at 11 Yonge Street.
You're saying no one, including a heritage restoration expert, can be allowed into that building, correct?
That is correct. In fact, my engineer, that's one of the conditions on the unsafe order for 11 Yonge Street, is required to do a daily inspection of 11 Yonge Street. And I've been advised late last week that the structural engineer feels their safety is at risk, and they inquired as to whether they could stop doing the daily inspections of 11 Yonge Street. And I, after considering the issue with my engineering consultant, I agreed to that they don't have to go inside the building, but they have to do an inspection from the outside of the building.
And is that the way you did the inspection on May the 8th? I believe you were in the building or at the building with 7 or 8 other experts. How did you do that? Were you in the building?
I need to seek clarification, sorry.
On
Friday, May 8th?
Yeah.
I was not in the building on Friday, May 8th.
Well, where were you doing the inspection from when you joined the other engineers? You said, I'm sorry, unless I got it wrong, you joined MTE Consultants, Blackwell, Witzel, Dice. I don't know how many were in that group. I thought there were about 8 people. How did you do that inspection?
On Friday, the 8th, there was a number of people that did an inspection at 156 and 158 King Street. They also went into the building of 140, 150. They were not able to inspect the entire building, and that group of people went into 11 Yonge Street as well.
And were you... So you were in the buildings?
I was not. In which building?
This group of people, were they in the buildings? Were they in the Mayfair and 156, 158 King?
Yes, they were.
And were they at risk?
They were. The order to prohibit occupancy is to reduce the risk of people inside the building. The people that went inside the building, including the engineer that's been inside the building ever since I issued the order to remedy the unsafe building. So he's very familiar with the building, and those people that joined him have been in the building before. The engineer for the demolition contractor had been in the buildings in order for them to take a look at the type of construction and recommend the demolition process.
I understand. Since mid-April, hundreds of people have been walking by the Mayfair and 156, 158, and there's been no fencing. Why was there no fencing if we're at such huge risk of the buildings collapsing?
On April 23rd, I spoke to council. The immediate threat and the only issue at the time was on 11 Yonge Street. The location of the hole in the foundation is at its midway point from the front corner of the building at King to the midway point to the rear of the building. And within 15 horizontal feet, there's a vertical pier. The main reason for the unsafe condition on that building is because of those two major structural issues so close to one another, that in the event of a collapse, it's going to collapse internally and some of it will fall towards Yonge Street. Okay? So there was no risk of closing off the front of the Mayfair Hotel.
And now there is a risk. Is it fenced now?
The order that was issued today at 1 o'clock requires hoarding at the front of the building for 11 Yonge Street and 156, 158 for the city sidewalk, and for 10 feet off the rear of the building towards the back laneway.
And is it fenced now?
The order was issued at 1 o'clock, and there's a deadline of 5 p.m. tomorrow. It's the same process that I followed for 11 Yonge Street.
And around the back of the building, they're building a, 20-story building. There's no vibration coming from that work. Did all of that work stop?
The work at the high-rise apartment building has not stopped. Upon learning of the structural issues on April 13th, The building division contacted the contractor to ask whether they'd be doing any vibration work that at grade level, and they said no, and then the building department told them that they are restricted from doing that until further advice, or until further confirmation from the chief building official to mitigate measures so that we don't cause a collapse of 11 Yonge Street.
I understand, but then why were they bringing in heavy cement trucks?
The street, the Yonge Street, has been closed since 6 o'clock on April 13th, so I don't know where you're referring that the concrete.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington, if you have more questions, you'll have to click in. Councillor Gazzola.
Just on that point, I did see cement trucks on the laneway after our April the 23rd meeting. I was surprised because they were mixing and whatnot. They caused a fair amount of vibration. So I just have one simple question. On April the 23rd, I asked you at what date you expect to have the building demolished so that you would be happy and not concerned with the safety. You didn't give me a date at that time. Can you give me a date now and as to when the whole block will be down?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question?
Can you give me a date as to when all this building will be down to your satisfaction that there is no longer a safety issue? Well, what kind of a date are we looking at? Is my July the 11th?
So the order that was issued today requires the fencing to be erected by 5 p.m. tomorrow, and that a demolition permit application with a demolition plan must be submitted by noon hour this Friday. The building staff, including myself, will review the application. If it conforms to the code, then we will issue the demolition permit immediately. And my goal would be the general contractor that's going to do the demolition could start immobilizing right away. Until I receive the demolition plan, I can't confirm to you with a date as to when the demolition would start. But I can tell you that it's my utmost interest to see the unsafe condition removed from these two buildings.
You can't give me any possible date? Just so
So I have to qualify my response. If we get a demolition plan that is complete, we will review it. If it's complete, we will issue the demolition permit on Friday. Demolition could occur immediately.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Mr. Sealing, from your number of years working with the city, and you've done both building permits for renovations and for new builds, have you ever run across a situation where when work is being done on an older building that we see unforeseen situations crop up?
So through the mayor, absolutely. Right now, the building division's issuing about 2,500 permits per year. I've been here for 23 plus years. I've worked on a number of projects in that time where we have not had to demolish a building to this extreme, which is a good news situation. That there's a number of projects where there are renovations, they might be adding on to historical buildings. So yes, I've worked on a number of buildings that did not have to see their safe condition through demolition.
Okay. Is it possible at all that while the work that was being done on the the removal of the interior walls of the Mayfair, could that have compromised 156, 158 in its structural stability?
So I've not been in, aside from being in the building on April 13th, I had not been in the building for quite some time. My staff have been in the building doing inspections of the removal of the interior finishes. Is it possible that parts of the building were damaged during the demolition? Yes. Did that happen? I can't tell you. My staff wouldn't be able to tell you. There are definitely some signs that the major structural issues were not the result of contractors or subcontractors. For example, the most recent issue, the common wall separating 11 Yonge and 156, 158, that is just deterioration of the wall. That no one has taken a sledgehammer or altered that. The hole in the foundation that's in the basement, that was the result of the water service leak. The rotting of the first floor joists and the second floor joists, that showed no signs of structural effect, being someone hampering with that. The floor joists that have been burned as a result of a fire, there's different floors where there's been fires on various floors. Maybe they were intentionally set, but I'm purely speculating on that. So there's a number of areas that show some major structural issues that I would not think that someone's intentionally done that.
Okay, and I'm by no means saying that it was done intentional. I'm just saying that the work that was being done was pretty intensive on the Mayfair, and they pretty much, my understanding is, stripped pretty right to the as far as they possibly could, and that was why I was trying to ascertain if there was maybe a possibility if that created the additional problems for the next property. On May 8th, people were in the building. You just said that people were in the Mayfair building. And I'm a little bit perplexed because my understanding was that absolutely nobody would be allowed in that building. So now we're looking at 156, 158. Are we going to see people entering into that building? And if so, what would the reasons be for them to be entering into that building?
So the purpose of the engineers and my manager going into 156 and 158 was to avoid demolition of that building. They had to inspect the building to verify that it was interconnected to 11 Yonge Street through the common wall, and that its structural connection to that common wall is integral for that building. So in order to be professional and to make the right conclusions, they had to go through 156, 158, and those same people had to go into 11 Yonge Street. If they did not have to go into 11 Yonge Street to make a professional decision and to make a full assessment of the structural condition, then they'd only have half the information. They also went in the building with the engineer that's been going inside the building every day. So it's not like they went in on their own. They were with someone that's been inside the building every day since my order.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with that. Would my preference would have been no one go in, but in order to get a true opinion and an accurate opinion on the state of 156 and 158, they had to go in.
Okay, and I understand that, and I appreciate your explanation of that. So,
Councillor Fernandez, your time is up.
So, okay, all right.
If you want to buzz in again, you can. Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just maybe to follow up on Councillor Fernandez's questions, in regards to 156 and 158 King, in terms of going into the building to do your analysis and inspections, just to be sure you've got everything that you need. I'm trying to understand a statement you made beforehand this evening in terms of you issued a demolition or a permit prohibiting occupancy of the building. Does that mean occupancy in terms of nobody residing there, sleeping there, or working there? Or occupancy means no one can even get in the front door? I'm trying to understand, because you're allowing inspectors to go in and you're talking about prohibiting occupancy, but if you go in there, aren't you occupying the building to some degree to do an inspection? Help me out there.
So through the chair, when the chief building official issues an order prohibiting occupancy, no one is to go inside a building unless the chief building official grants them the ability to go inside the building. So as I've stated earlier, for public safety and the safety of those individuals, I don't want anyone inside the building. But in order to determine whether 156, 158 could be shored, I had to allow, I was forced to allow those engineers into 11 Yonge Street.
And on that basis, do they go on the basis saying, I got to go get these extra details to satisfy you, or do they ask you specifically for permission to go in there to do that?
I set the meeting up on the Friday morning, so I knew that they were going to be going into the bill. The engineers were planning on going into 156, 158. I said to my manager, you attend the meeting, and if they have to get into 11 Yonge Street, well, then they can get into 11 Yonge Street. So we knew that they were going to have to get into 11 Yonge to complete their inspection and make sure that they make a full assessment on all the facts.
Following up in terms of the questions, hang on, let me just read my statement here. You had indicated that through questioning from Councillor Fernandez about all your years of involvement and working with a variety of building that are under consideration for demolition or issues that you addressed. In those buildings, in any of the buildings in your career that you worked with at the City of Kitchener, have you ever got to a position and say, well, we do have a concern about this building, yes, it's unsafe and whatever the issues are, but have you taken a step further and say that instead of issuing a demolition permit, let's consult with the heritage staff in our department and get an opinion how significant of a building it is and whether we can do some restoration to it to save the building as opposed to just demolishing it? Do you consult with heritage planning staff, Leon, Mrs. Son, and other people there?
So through the chair, this process I've consulted with the heritage staff on 11 Yonge Street, and I continue to do it on 156, 158. I've worked with them, I've kept them informed. If they've asked for information, I've tried to go out of my way to make sure I could get that information. I've tried to be as helpful as possible. I respect their opinion. I think they add value to the process. So I have definitely utilized their services and their expertise in making the decisions that I have today.
So from your discussions, I'm trying to understand a little more clear on this, that yes, you had discussions with them because it's a heritage building, they've been involved, but does it get to a point where either they recommend to you or you ask them to say, because of its significance, can we save it in any way by hiring an expert to provide an analysis or to avoid demolition? Does it get to that extent?
Well, by virtue of your question, you're implying that I went into this, I take it that you're implying that I went into this process looking to demolish the building. As I stated on April 23rd, when I started on this path on April 13th, I never once went into this looking to demolish any building. I went into the building to ascertain whether the building was unsafe or not. After determining the building was unsafe, I then wanted to retain a city engineer, someone that I have worked with in the past. They're a professional company, they've got expertise, and I looked for them to take a look and do they agree that the building's unsafe? And then if the building's unsafe, what can we do to save the building? And they came back and their report stated that 11 Yonge Street could not be saved. We're beyond that point.
Okay. Councillors, you've answered my question. Perfect. That's it. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh, just hold on. You're done? Okay. Councillor Etherington.
Just one quick question, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Sealing. Mr. Sealing, in light of public interest, and I might add cynicism about the complete transparency on this whole issue, why has the Blackwell engineering report not been released for public scrutiny?
So through the chair, as part of transparency, all the reports that I've generated, the orders that I've generated, the pictures that we've taken on 11 Yonge Street, including my engineer's report, we've made public. I'm not so sure whether the report that I received at 12 o'clock today has been posted. If it hasn't, communication staff has said. So all the reports that I have generated or that we've retained have been made public. I had a discussion with the property owner. I would hope that he would make the document public, but I don't own the rights to the property owner's documents.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if the ward councillor does not have a motion, and if Councillor Janetsky has no such motion, I've got one written for the clerk when you're ready, asking again for a deferral. But I'm willing to be overruled on that if they do have something to offer.
Well, there's still many delegations to hear, and we'll be dealing with them first. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish up the last part of the question I was in the middle of asking. In light of the fact that you you've just issued this unsafe building condition for 156, 158, and I'm understanding that it's the unsafe condition of the building is connected to the Mayfair mainly as if there was a start of demolition. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say the middle piece.
I was a bit convoluted, I apologize. Was the unsafe building of 156, 158 issued because you saw that as we proceeded towards demolishing 11 Yonge Street, that 156, 158 would be further compromised, and once you saw the structural concerns, that was why you put that issuance?
That is correct.
Okay. Since you allowed engineers and your manager to attend 156, 158, with also the possibility of attending 11 Yonge, would you be still open to the opportunity for somebody of architectural heritage conservancy and expertise to enter into 156, 158 to review that building?
Unfortunately, I would have to say no, because I've got 3 engineers now stating that the building is unsafe and that further delay as a result of the shoring that's required, it's at risk for people to be inside in the event of a collapse on 11 Yonge Street because of its interconnection between 156 and 158 and 11 Yonge Street. We're putting people at risk. I cannot have that. Public safety is priority number 1.
Okay, and I understand that, and you've said that all along. But nevertheless, on May 8th, you did allow a group of people to enter into both of those buildings under the expectation and the understanding that they were there to take a look at the structural integrity of both 11 Yonge and 156, 158. And I don't know how long they were there in there for, but can you give me an understanding how long they were in the building, both buildings?
As
Mr. Mayor, may I say, Mr. Sealing went through a great deal of care to outline the timelines and what information that's been received each day. And so it's quite clear to all of us that as a result of the inspection by a number of people on May 8th, he received a report today. And as a result of today's report, he is now taking a much stronger position. So yes, he allowed people to go in on the 8th. He received a report today that puts him in a position now where he would be knowingly compromising their safety if he allowed them in after receiving today's report.
But they were also in 11 Yonge Street after he had issued the same building, unsafe building about 11 Yonge Street.
It would be
on May the 8th. So all I'm asking is for the time.
That's correct, through the mayor, and he has explained why. In order for them to make a fully informed decision as to how the Hyman building could be braced during demolition, they needed to go into both. But now that he's received the May 11th report, it puts him in a very different position. He now knows of more danger than he was aware of even on Friday.
Okay, but all I'm asking is for the length of time they were in the building.
I wasn't in the building. I wasn't in Kitchener on Friday afternoon when the inspection was being done, so I don't know how long they were in the building. I know my manager did not go inside the 11 Yonge Street, but I do know that MTE and the Blackwell engineer is the engineer that's been going in the building every day. So I don't know how long
And the MTE engineer is sitting here in the gallery today.
Kurt Rulin sitting with MTE. He's sitting here today. Yes.
Okay. Would he be able to give you an indication on how long they were in the building?
He wasn't. He
How
wasn't
is that relevant, Councillor Fernandez? Like how long they were in?
Because I want to ask questions of some of our delegations that I expect there'll be an understanding of
Okay,
the length of time.
Councillor Fernandez, I think we've heard from staff that they've gone in to do to do the assessment they felt they needed to do, and so I'm really struggling to understand. Mr. Sealing has said he wasn't there. He doesn't know how long they were in there. So I'm not sure where you're trying to go with this.
So somebody is in the audience who knows how long those people were in the building, in both buildings. So all I'm asking is how long were they in the building?
Mr. Sealing?
So through the chair, Mr. Rulin was not available to do the inspection on Friday. He had one of his peers, another structural engineer, Paul Slater, do the inspection on behalf of MTE. So Mr. Slater is not here. I can tell you that when I did my inspection today of 156, 158 King Street, Kurt and I were in the building for approximately 45 minutes, approximately.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. I was going to hold off, but I do have. I just want to see if I can be helpful here, Mr. Sealing. So you've made it very clear that when you said nobody could go in the building of 11 Yonge, were you in fact referring mainly to the general public and any engineers who were not familiar with the building, whereas you allowed an engineer to go in because that engineer, you felt confident they knew where to step and where it would be less safe or more safe? Is
that would be correct? I want to minimize. I don't want anyone inside the building. The public, general contractors, owners, anybody. I don't want anybody inside the building. People breaking into the building. This is an unsafe building. There's holes in the floors. There's soft areas in the floors. I don't want anybody in there. In case of imminent collapse, I don't want anyone inside the building.
So it's just a little confusing, I think, to most people when you say you don't want anybody in the building, and yet you allowed one person in the building each day, and then you allowed 8 people plus in the building on Friday. So if you could just please help clarify, were they kicking the walls with their feet, or were they just observing from the doorway, or that type of thing? Can you just give us a bit of more information about the nature of the people entering the building, and so that can help allay any cynicism or perhaps confirm, I don't know. But Ben, please answer about, this you're saying nobody could go, but people were going, somebody was going every day.
So through the chair, I wasn't there on Friday, May 8th. Do I think that they were kicking any partitions, doing any destructive demolition? I wasn't there, so I don't think they were doing that. I felt comfortable with those people going into the building because the engineer that's been going inside the building every day was escorting them through the building, okay? My preference for public safety, nobody needed to go in the building. But as a professional, I can't provide a comment on 156, 158. I can't expect my engineer to provide comments on 156, 158 demolition if they can't get into the building where it's structurally interfaced with through the common wall. That would be unprofessional. So regrettably, I had to let them into the building. If somebody said to me they needed to get into the building today, no, you're not going into the building. It's unsafe. Because I found another structural unsafe issue on the 5th floor that overlooks the 158 side of the building.
Right, and so just to make it crystal clear, at this point forward, when you say no one is allowed in the building, you mean?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Nobody, not even the chief building official.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Schneider.
Yes, Mr. Sealing, you've been in building with the city for 23 years. The insinuation that I'm hearing sometimes, not from all, but is that you're going in looking to demolish. Yet you've been involved in other projects. Can you tell us some of the projects you've been involved with where there has been heritage renewal?
So there's one of the downtown projects that I'm pretty proud of is the Victoria Street North and Joseph Street. I think it's a 4-story former factory. It's a professional office now. It was restored about 15 years ago. It wasn't in good shape, and people came in and consultants worked on it and made recommendations. I was involved in that. I was involved with the St. Jerome School, the renovation of that. Just a second, I got to think of some projects.
Were you involved with the Bright Up block?
I've issued building permits both as a plan examiner and as chief building official with that building. Yes.
Okay.
I've issued building permits in the Mayfair before. There've been building permits issued. The Walper Hotel, I've issued permits there. I'm sorry, I just can't think off the top of my head. I'm dealing with a barn building right now that's going through some structural issues. We have not gone to. We're looking to try and shore it up right now. So I'm sorry, I can't think of.
It's just I just wanted to maybe provide a little bit of balance, because it seems like the focus is on what we are not able to save, but we have been able to save and enhance and preserve our heritage in many other occasions.
Absolutely. The Registry Theatre, I issued a building permit there. We didn't have to go to demolition there. There have been some heritage houses designated with heritage features. We did not have to go to demolition. We were able to issue building permits to renovate those structures.
Okay, I just wanted to maybe provide a little balance.
It's not the norm of this CBO or the past that to have to issue a demolition order.
Any other questions? Not, that's all for now. Thank you, Mr. Sealing. Our next delegation then is Bernie Neimer and David Seaton. Welcome, Mr. Neimer.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Verbanovic, members of council and guests. I'm Bernie Neimer, the president of the Mayfair Hotel Development Corporation, which owns the property. Well, the last thing I did expect was to be standing here in front of you again. Today, believe it or not, is exactly 1 month. It was April 11th that the water main broke. It is exactly 1 month today since that incident. I can honestly tell you that I've been consumed by this matter. It is regrettable. As we go through the process, it's becoming more and more disappointing. However, we're here now, and I think that the most important thing to deal with is the safety issue, which is still unresolved. After 1 month, the building's still standing, and as Mr. Sealing has said, every day a professional engineer is inspecting the property to make sure that it remains unchanged. Since my last attendance at council, we've been continuously working with our engineers and the demolition engineers to develop a demolition plan, ideally and initially to preserve a part of the structure, which was 156 and 158 King Street. As I've been saying since the beginning, the building was built as one structure, one building. The saving of a common wall between those two buildings became a little more complex, as we found out recently. As we've gone through the design process, we've learned more about the building, how it was constructed, and the issues that we were facing in taking down a piece of this structure while retaining the other half. More importantly, how it could be accomplished and doing so safely and in a timely manner. I believe we've reached a point of no return. There is no safe way to take down the unsafe condition at 11 Yonge Street without the entire structure being taken down. It would take, as you heard, it would take an extraordinary amount of time to come up with a design, if that were in fact the route that you chose. It would take an extraordinary amount of time to come up with a proper shoring structure. And in fact, once we remove 11 Yonge Street and you're left with nothing but 156, 158, we're essentially having to design a whole new building under the building code, because as a standalone, it would no longer be considered a building structure. We've had this confirmed now by 5 demolition contractors, each of whom have obtained their own professional engineering opinion. One of the demolition contractors has backed out, withdrew his proposal due to the risks involved with this takedown. We now have the opinion of 3 structural engineers who've all drawn the same conclusions as of Friday. Time doesn't allow us to ponder this any longer without any further risk to the general public and to the workers that would have to go in there to preserve or attempt to design a preservation plan for the 156 and 158. Today, the building department issued 2 further orders to comply against the Mayfair Hotel and myself, an order to remedy the unsafe building and an order prohibiting occupancy of an unsafe building. Each comes with its unique conditions and strict timelines. As you heard, by tomorrow at 5 o'clock, we'll have to attend to hoarding off the sidewalk, the back of the building, as we did when the 11 Yonge Street order came through. We immediately hoarded off the sidewalk and the street. We're in the process of complying with those orders now, and in order to do so, we're here asking you to lift the notice of intent to designate off of 156 and 158 King. There is a strong public opinion that further investigation is needed by heritage architects and specialists. I want to dispel some of the misinformation around this issue. I believe Council, because of the strict timelines and the last minute, we weren't able to get all the information to you or distribute it properly to everybody, but we did happen to get a list of projects that Corey Zarell from Blackwell, who responded to the heritage aspect of his experience, he's given us a list of projects he's worked on. I believe each of members of council has a copy of that. From the onset of this project, we worked with architects.
I can just ask you to start wrapping up, please.
Okay. We've worked with 2 architectural firms, Quadrangle and Venton Group. Both have a history of heritage experience. Venton Group have multiple heritage credentials and memberships. Blackwell structural engineer, in particular Corey, is very well versed in the field of heritage architectural engineering. As I said, I've provided you a list of those. As much as I understand and appreciate that everyone's opinion matters, the fact is, it's my building. You've sold it to me on the basis that I would be a good steward and put something good there and work in good faith. I believe I've done so. I've invested a lot of money in good faith to bring it to this point, all of which I explained is washed down the drain, and we're going to start over. But having worked here for 30 years, I believe that you've got to have one more time. You're going to have a little more faith, a little more trust, and believe that, as disappointing as this issue is, that whatever I put there will also be iconic, and I hope that in 100 years people are fighting to keep it there as well.
Okay. Mr. Neimer, if I can ask you to please wrap up.
I'm finished, Mr. Mayor. I did provide a number of photos of projects, a number of them which are historical, to members of council. They're in there before and after pictures, and that's all I have to say for now, sir.
Okay, there are a number of questions. A number of councillors have questions for you, Mr. Neimer. Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Neimer, for coming in. I know that nobody wants to see a building demolished, and I wonder if you could speak to some of the other projects that you've successfully seen to completion, you yourself, not necessarily. I think that what you've provided is the structural engineer
Well, in addition, there was probably about a dozen photos of buildings that I have completed. Pardon me? They're circulating? They're being circulated, sorry.
Oh, they're being circulated. So
I can tell you some
for the
of them.
benefit of the gallery, I move that we allow Mr. Neimer's photos to be shown on the screen.
Okay. I'll take that. Does anybody have any objections to that? No? Okay, if I can ask the clerk to do that then.
So, Mr. Neimer, as you're aware, the Mayfair Hotel and then the, not sure if I'm going to pronounce this right, the Heman building, the Heman building. These two buildings have historical significance in our city. Should they have, by the end of this process, if it indeed happens that they have to be demolished, then would you commit to honoring the memory of those two buildings with some sort of commemoration in your new development on that property?
Sure. I did provide council last meeting with a list and an undertaking of materials that I would make a best efforts to preserve from the building, some special features and architectural coins, etc. And we also discussed building an interpretive feature of some sort. But in answer to Councillor Gazzola's technology light, he said that we could send drones in, but we can also duplicate this building. We can do a 3D duplicate of the building to scale, to the exact color, to the exact same openings, to how the windows looked, how the ledges worked, and you can make it to any size we want. So we have the technology to do that, and it's my intention to do so.
Okay. Thank you very much. As these are going up on the screen, I would invite you to comment on.
Sure. This is a house that I worked with Heritage. I was developing a townhouse development on Woolwich Street in Kitchener. In agreement with the Heritage, this house was considered of significance to them, and rather than developing the whole site, I did agree to do a heritage preservation analysis on the property, and here it is before and after, completely preserved and restored. That's on 49 Woolwich Street.
So just for the benefit of everyone seeing this screen, is it the case that every one of these has a before and after? Top is the before and below is maybe not, hey?
Maybe not.
Okay.
This is the Sims Estate, or now known as the Grand Manors of Sims Estate. It was the entire subdivision was heritage designated. Not only the mansion that sits on it or the gardener's house that's been restored completely now and occupied. There are a number of mansions being constructed in the development already, and the entire property and the lands, the horticultural walls, features, everything was being restored, including at one point the only access to this property was a bridge over the creek, and that bridge in itself was in excess of $330,000 just to restore the access back to the property. And that's been completed in exact heritage standards.
All right. So just one last question. There are those, who would say that, they question whether or not this was the plan all along to just, let the building get in worse repair and then eventually it would have to be demolished. Can you tell us an answer to that?
I think that's absolutely, it would be silly to think that. First of all, who would want to come up and face council twice and have this battle with Heritage? No, absolutely not. $1,000, as I said, have been spent on the forensic demolition or stripping of that building. Numerous, I've got a stack of plans, drawings, architectural drawings, studies, reports on the Mayfair and 156, 158. This is the most recent. My partner David Seaton and I completed this old Charlie Spaghetti Factory, the old KW Off-Track Betting and Club Renaissance, which is now Thalmic Labs on Charles Street. The entire building has been converted to. Now that building particularly had great structure and bones, but the Mayfair unfortunately suffers weak bones and many structural issues, so it could not be restored.
Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Niemer. When you had talked earlier, when you came to us before, about your structural engineer had given you a report in December before you mothballed the building, right? You sort
Well,
of
I said mothballed in
yeah, I'm just going to clarify
I meant
that. 'Cause-
winterized.
Yes, that was my next. That was the rest of what I was going to say. Was it was mothballed for the winter, prepared for the winter. At that time, was the water? Sorry, not the water. Did he notice any structural concerns with the common wall with 156, 158?
No, it wasn't assessed at that point. That wasn't the structural integrity of the wall between the two wasn't at odds. What was happening at that particular point, Councillor, was we had just finished. We're going through a process, the development process, and I'd come to council to allow us to get permission to remove the finishes to get to the structure, to find out and assess it. And after that process, we move into the design stage. But each time we moved through that design process, we ran into another obstacle. Immediately when we peeled the exterior of the building, we realized that that gray brick that you see is not infill, but it was actually structure. And so we couldn't remove it right away. And each time we got into another situation, the architect was involved, and we discussed how to move around those particular issues.
Okay.
So no, there wasn't a structural issue with respect to the common wall at that point.
Were you on site on May the 8th?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and do you have an idea of how long the MTE, Blackwall, Witzel, Dice?
Yes, 1.5 hours.
Okay, thank you. Now, you had said that you had a number of structural engineer experts looking at 156, 158, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were any of them Architectural Heritage Conservancy engineers or experts?
I'm not sure what their memberships are when you say Architectural Conservancy. I can tell you that Corey Zorel is a PhD and has given you a whole list of his credentials and what he's done. He's certainly well qualified as a structural engineer, and heritage being one aspect of that. Is he specific to just old buildings? No. Has he got a lot of experience with it? Yes, he does.
Okay, so that was one of the ones of the many, because you had said many structural engineer experts attended 156, 158.
Yes.
But he was one of...
Well, he was representing me. There were the demolition contractor had Witzel Dice, the city had MTE, and I had Blackwell representing me. MTE had brought more than one engineer. Witzel Dice brought a couple people. There was a huge team on Friday to make sure that we checked every aspect of this building.
Okay, thank you. And the one last question I had was, you just mentioned a number of architects that you have been working with.
Yes.
You know, once you start working on a new project for that site.
Yes.
Can you just run by me the names of the ones you had mentioned again?
Well, the one that I've been working with most recently, we started off working with Quadrangle because, as I said, this originally started off as a joint venture with Andrin and myself. We were going to do it together. And when I ended up taking on that project alone, I hired my own architect, who was, in fact, architectural architect, heritage architect. The Venton Group is the...
So the Benton Group?
Venton Group.
Oh, Venton.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I thought I heard Quadrangle, and I was wondering if you were still working with them. But
no, they had started when I was working with Andrew, and they had started all the work, the design work, the structural work, all of the plans, drawings, studies that we'd started originally was through Andrin.
Okay.
With
right.
Andrin.
And you've been with the Venton Group for how long? Have you been working with them?
I'm sorry, with whom?
How long have you been working with your most recent architect?
Since I retained him on this project specifically because he is a heritage architect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's still several questions, and then I also want to remind council that we have numerous delegations. There's 6 or 7 delegations on this issue, and then we also have a couple delegations on other issues later on. Councillor Yanetsky.
Thank you for coming in, Mr. Neimer. A couple of questions, basically. One of the questions that was mentioned earlier, or comment that was mentioned, was the transparency and the reports that have been filed with the chief building official have all been made public and on the website, etc. But the only one that's not been available is the Blackwell report, the original one, that I would gather is under your jurisdiction.
Yes, it is.
Would you be prepared to make that public?
It has been sent to a number of people, and I'm fully prepared to make it public. It's going through the process, I understand, under the Freedom of Information Act. So.
Okay, appreciate that, because I know members of council, we haven't seen that at all and we're trying to make a decision, so that would be
I can
helpful.
tell you, Councillor, it actually absolutely validates everything that you see in the MTE and Witzel Dice reports. They're all consistent, all of them.
And that's the trend I've been gathering. You've been involved with the community, you mentioned some 30 years, and you've stored numerous buildings, and especially in the downtown core. Any of them been heritage buildings in the downtown core?
Yes, the same day we were responding to the order on 11 Yonge Street, we were installing windows, 13 heritage windows at 4145 King Street West. That's the old Peter Martins. Okay. Those passed through Heritage Committee and were approved and are identical in design and construction as the originals. We just recently, Dave and I just recently purchased the building behind the Walper, the old Pop the Gator, 44, 45, 54 Queen Street. That, I believe, has got heritage features on it, and that'll be next on our radar as soon as we're finished 4145 King Street this summer.
Okay, appreciate that. Last question I have for you is, all the buildings that you've been involved with restoring in the downtown core, heritage or non-heritage, how would you rank those buildings in terms of their structural integrity, safety issues in comparison to the Mayfair and the Heman building?
Well, I think when we started off, what the difficult thing here is for everyone to appreciate is that we're trying to look backwards in time. When the city owned it, it wasn't yet stripped. This speaks to the integrity of lath and plaster is pretty much holding up that building. And I was explaining that through that stripping process is when we discovered the structural deficiencies, the numerous fires. It wasn't until we got heritage approval to remove the lobby in the hotel. We had to go through because it was noted as a significant architectural feature. So we had to go through Heritage Committee to get permission to remove that lobby. And in order to do so, we had to prove that, in fact, it wasn't heritage. It was 1980s paneling, and I had an architect complete a full report in order to get to that stage. So once we got to that stage, we got to the next one, and we're peeling 7 layers of ceiling on that lobby area. And when we got to the bottom is when you could see the structure, the burnt out joists, how they were sistered together, and all the other deficiencies. And so this has been a learning process for everybody, not only on 11 Yonge Street, but on 156, 158. We didn't go in poking and prodding there thinking that, okay, this is going to come down, this is going to be saved, until we realized and 11 Yonge Street was in such poor condition that they are integral, and one couldn't be taken down without the other. Then we started to explore it, which is why May 8th happened, and this morning happened, etc.
So back to my original question, was there any buildings that you had dealt with worse than this one? Never.
No. This is by far the worst condition I've seen of a heritage building.
And I just have another question here. Back in December, when you mothballed, I guess, or winterized the building, and we had the water main leak break. Did you have water throughout the building in terms of piping, or did you drain it for winterizing?
Everything was removed. The sprinklers were removed. The water lines were removed. Everything was left to the main. A room was constructed around the mains that entered the building to keep them heated and insulated and heated over the winter. to avoid any freezing or break.
Okay.
So when they're still all intact. Those pipes are intact.
Okay, and did you still have fire to detect service still that the
Yes,
city had before? Was it still operating or not?
Yes, it still is now to this day. As soon as, even after the flood, the first thing we did was poke a hole through the wall and get a wire over to protect the 11 Yonge Street for fire. So you didn't need to deal with that mess as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll try to be fast. Mr. Naime, your huge experience in older buildings, at the time you bought these buildings, did you not know that 156, 158 shared support structures with the Mwalpa?
As I said, originally it was sold as one deed, one property, one roll number. To me, it's one building and always has been.
Okay. And do you know, or has your engineer said categorically that if 156 and 158 King are demolished, that it will not have an impact on the neighboring property at 150, whatever it is, 140, 150?
I think we can hope that with by next Friday we'll have to come up with a design to do so and do so safely, yes.
You don't think there'll be a domino effect?
No, because as Mr. Sealing had indicated, that 140 building next door, 150 I think maybe, it was built independently and it was built in 1895, so it was already a freestanding structure on its own at that time.
And one final question, because of, in light of your ongoing interest in heritage restorations around the city or around the area, if it could be arranged for an architectural restoration expert to be brought in, not at your cost, to look at everything that's on file, the engineering reports and everything, without going into the building and putting their life at risk, presumably, would you go along with that kind of report being done?
I can't answer that question, to be honest with you. Do I have an objection to it? And you can certainly have someone look at those reports, but will it be done in a timely manner and in accordance with the order that's been issued on me? At the moment, I dance to the music of the order. If it says do this, I do that. And if you can do it before next Friday, and I intend to fully, as soon as that demolition permit is issued, to immediately start demolition. My intent is not to leave you a big hole there. I am a proud citizen of the city. I do a lot of work here and have for a long time. As I said, you sold it to me in good faith. I will not leave a hole there. If this gets demolished completely, you will see it grassed for the summer, and we can carry on immediately with redevelopment plans. If we end up in a time-lagging situation where one piece is going to stand for a number of years, I think it's going to be very difficult for us to move forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yes. When did you acquire the Mayfair building?
Pardon me?
When did you acquire the Mayfair?
May 2013.
Okay. At the time you acquired it, was there an agreement with the city as to when you would have another building up? It seemed
Another
to me,
building?
It seemed to me originally when Andren owned it that they were going to work on 2 or 3 phases, and then the hotel was the last thing
Correct.
that was going to come forward. But then when you stepped in, I thought there was there an arrangement made as to your hopes to get it completed, prior to that?
Not with the city, certainly from my perspective, for the members of council who've sat here a while. When I sat on the various committees at the city, it was my voice that wanted to get that corner alive quickly. I have a substantial investment in downtown Kitchener and across this region, and it had been sitting there for over a decade vacant, and it was my intention to move that phase 3 to phase 1. As they're building their condo, we would at least get King Street, that corner, alive.
And that's what I thought. So what was the date that you were hoping to have accomplished that?
Well, there was no specific date because as the process moved forward, things like stripping the finishes got delayed, and having to pass through council to remove a lobby, and everything has been painstakingly slow, but it is the process, and I understand it, how it works. So I've just been moving along steadily with it, but I can tell you up to the week prior to the flood incident on April 11th that we still were working on a numerous number of designs for the building with Venton Group.
At one time, there was designs that I saw that included adding another 3 floors to
Yes.
the top of the. Was that ever investigated or carried out?
Oh, for sure. There was a lot of time and money had gone into that study. It wasn't pulled out of a hat, for sure.
No, and so where did that end up? When was that? Was that still in the?
We
in
couldn't
the
go to
plans?
designing addition on any story until, as I said, you got through the stripping of finishes to assess what structure you had and start to design from there. You can't design a building with walls inside and you can't see what size of walls you have, what are the beams, what are the columns, how much load can it take, what is your intended use. All of those questions don't get answered until you look at the bones of the building. Once you have the bones, you say, we can or can't do this, or we had to add or subtract structure, etc., as they did in 1929.
So, in other words, there was very little investigation carried forward as to the 3 additional stories.
As I said, those additional 3 stories were part of this design process, Councillor Gazzola. So you can't get to step 2 without step 1. We just finished 1 and getting into 2 when this happened.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, that appears to be the end of questions. I have a couple for you, Mr. Neimer. You referenced earlier the Blackwell report, and you said you had no objections to it being released, and you understood it was a request had been made under Freedom of Information to do that. That requires a period of processing by our staff and so on. However, if you were to authorize its release or release it yourself, it would potentially get released sooner than that. Are you prepared to authorize its release?
Yes, if you think it'll make a difference, Mr. Mayor, I would absolutely, I've got nothing to hide, so I will show you whatever reports we've completed on the property, no problem.
Okay, well, I see our clerk making note of that, so I think she'll act accordingly with respect to that. I'm encouraged to hear you say that you won't leave a hole and will look at grassing the property and so on, and then we'll pursue other redevelopment plans. We know you had fairly extensive vision for it. In fact, somebody sent us a picture of that original vision from back when it originally was proposed to council last night. How quickly do you think you'll be in a position upon demolition to come up with these new redevelopment plans and potentially see a project moving forward?
Well, I can tell you my focus has been on nothing but the last 30 days on this, and as soon as this condition is contained, then I will immediately do so. I'll immediately instruct the architects to come up with new plans, designs, assuming a blank slate.
Okay. And I believe it was I can't remember if it was Councillor Gazzola or one of the other councillors, you talked about the notion of potentially replicating some or all of the facade potentially in the new building. So that's something you're willing to work with your architect to do?
Yes, I would consider it. As I said, those features that we were asked to save, number of bricks, etc., either they'll be incorporated in some sort of feature wall, either incorporated into the design of the building. I'll leave that up to the architects to come up with a number of options, some with the old features in it, and the interpretive features inside if it's a new structure, how to incorporate those old designs into it. But I did point out that if that specific design of brickwork, if you walk right across the street, practically all of the buildings built in that era have the exact same replicated brick pattern, same oval pattern, same dentils around it. There's nothing unique to that era on this building, understanding that it is historical. But you can see other examples of it immediately across the street.
Okay, and there were, I guess, certain basic amounts of items that were suggested by our heritage planner that would be retained as part of the demolition of 11 King Street. And in light of your comments just now about potentially replicating more of that in a facade, if council were to accede to your request, and I guess the request of our chief building official this evening in light of his ruling, would you endeavor to save additional quantities so you could create something more
Of the brick?
substantive?
Yes, we'll save as much as we possibly can. As long as it can be done so safely, I'll have people at the back skidding it and shrink wrapping it.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir, for coming in this evening. As I mentioned, we have numerous delegations this evening, Council. It's already 9:16. This is an important issue, and we should give it due consideration, but I would also just ask Council to keep in mind the overall time. And our first delegation this evening is Mr. James Howe. Welcome, Mr. Howe.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'm here tonight to talk to you about the future of 156, 158 King Street West, which I will refer to as 158 King, its street address from here on in. I'd like to start by saying I have the utmost respect for Mr. Neimer. I'm familiar with the work he's done in downtown Kitchener in particular and with heritage buildings. I believe he's doing his best to follow the directives of the city, and I'm also confident that staff is making an honest effort to fulfill their responsibilities. At the same time, I feel it important to speak tonight, particularly around process and trying to do more to protect and conserve our heritage. I request that Council take no action tonight on the request to remove the heritage designation on 158 King Street West. I believe that is appropriate, in fact necessary, for an open, transparent process that values public engagement. On Friday, when I first heard reports that 158 King West was at risk, I looked at the agenda and the reports available on the city website. This was not an item on tonight's agenda. There was no staff report. There was no notice of a motion to be made by anyone on City Council regarding the heritage status of this building. When I asked, I was told there was no idea whether a motion could even be anticipated, despite the fact that Mr. Neimer had scheduled himself as a delegation, and it was reported in more than one media outlet that his intention was to have the status removed. It wasn't until 2 p.m. today, or noon hour earlier today, just hours ago, that any information was available to the public on this issue. I registered as a delegate on the anticipation that this would be an agenda on the item on the agenda. Based upon the chief building official's own timeline, a report related to the heritage status by the end of last week was a reasonable expectation based upon the information that, as I say, is in his timeline. At least a report related to the heritage designation and whether it should be removed. In fact, until this afternoon, I had no reason to believe that a decision on the future of the building was imminent. No information was public. And I, like many others here, are working. So even once the information became public, there's no reasonable expectation that anybody, any citizen, could read it, understand it, research it. So I ask that no action be taken on this request tonight. What I would like Council to consider is to learn the lessons from the Mayfair, where we had opportunities to bring in, for the city, to bring in heritage expertise to look at the conservation of the property. I would ask that we do that now. This is a separate property, and I think we should bring in that expertise. The city should be bringing in that expertise. We had a previous example recently. We should have learned from that and acted differently this time. We still have that chance. So I'm looking to you to assure people like me who are concerned about Kitchener's heritage that we have taken above and beyond to look at what is possible, and that we consider 158 King West in conjunction with its neighboring properties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howe. Any questions of Mr. Howe? Councillor Yanetsky.
Not really a direct question to him, but in response to his concerns and comments, is that this all unfolded very quickly, and the Heritage Committee did meet this afternoon to review the motion and that the delegation has requesting this removal. And the committee did make some motions, and we'll be bringing them forward this evening as part of the consideration of this report. So there was action taken, but it was done very, very quickly just because of timelines and the weekend.
I'm aware of that. I consider that be too little too late and not fulfilling an open, transparent process that values public engagement.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Howe. Our next delegation is Simone Panziera and John Klinkett.
Worshipful Mayor.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Councillors. You go first. I'm hoping to make very, very clear what I see as a tremendous irony that I can say that I'm completely and wholeheartedly for the rendering the building safe through shoring. But to arrive to that point, we have a juncture where the building can pause. And at that pause point, I would like to see the Blackwell report carry forward, and certainly MTE follow through with much better analysis. I don't want to see the word opinion. I want to see facts, analysis, calculations. Can the masonry wall sustain 20, 30, 40, 50, 80 pounds per square foot? I don't understand, given the gravity of this building's, the gravitas, the value, why we don't have, although it's pricey, why we do not have acoustic emissions testing. Basically a whole series of wireless stethoscopes placed along the building, outside perhaps, to factually report its imminent collapse. I bring to you our experience in Buffalo, where this type of behavior is fined and an owner can be jailed. In fact, if you follow some of my circuit of information, you will see that a particular owner subject to neglect is facing sentencing June 25th. Now, I realize we don't do this in Canada, we work together, but we at least ask for transparency, that the caliber of information and engineering is higher, much higher than what I've seen so far. I speak because I've been trained by Dr. Charles Thornton Tomasetti of Tomasetti Engineering. If the engineers in the audience should know who that is. I find it incredibly interesting that once we reach that point of safety and analysis, I have proven at an earlier Heritage meeting that a building, there's a case study of a building that collapsed in Philadelphia, killing 6 people in the adjacent building, injuring 13 because of negligent demolition and poor issuing of permit standards. So there are a tremendous amount of lessons I can offer the building department, unless they've seen this blog already, about how to perform safe demolition. But I think the public position we have here is, I'm very dismayed that MTE is reporting that it's too expensive to repair, when the fact of the matter is, to get the nature, the texture, the quality of the three, especially the lower 3 levels, okay, it's not an international caliber piece, but it's what we have. It holds the corner. It has history. It costs twice as much in modern day expense to reach that level of construction. I mean, that level of that quality of streetscape. So why take it down? There's a huge contemporary argument to think about embodied energy. I've said this earlier. It takes 10 to 20 years to recover the extra energy that goes into constructing the building, so that you could say, oh, okay, we saved energy. No, you actually use a lot, so it takes decades to recover this mysterious, ethereal, embodied energy. So I would appreciate that the engineers stop pouring salt on the wound, and more information comes forward. Heritage is as a young carpenter, I worked with my father's company. He was the head carpenter with Napier Simpson. So that is a major architect that reconstructed Heritage, not just restore it. So I'm a hands-on architect. I know the great pleasure it takes to work on heritage work. Thank you. John.
Okay. Gentlemen, you're registered as one delegation, so you're normally permitted 5 minutes together. Are you, Mr. Klinker, do you have a lengthy presentation?
No.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I'll give you the benefit of a little bit of extra time, as you could have registered individually, but that's not the normal practice. No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I've been brought on this because this is my work, and I'm surprised at the speed with which this has happened. And we did a presentation to, well, I call it LACAC because I'm old, but the Heritage Committee this afternoon, and they were quite receptive to what we do. And we were ones that suggested the ACO evaluation, and I'm surprised that you, the owner, have relied on engineers' reports only.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions of either of the delegations? Councillor Yanetsky?
Yeah, to both of them, depending on the nature of the question as to who would be able to respond. In regard to pursuing this a little further and getting an expertise opinion on this, how quickly could an arrangement be made with the ACO to have an expert evaluation done, knowing that the demolition could be imminent as well, and could take that into consideration from your expertise?
I guess the couple that I've done, it's probably maybe 2 weeks. It depends on who's available to do it in the Architectural Conservancy.
Right. Okay, that does make it.
And I think it also has to do with the urgency of the situation. When you call them, this is what, I mean, they know about it. They know that this is the only Mayfair hotel in Canada.
Well, I appreciate that, but I also...
And as well as the additional building.
It could be within 4 to 5 days. Ontario Heritage Trust is observing this matter. As I stressed earlier, rendering the structure safe with significant shoring will put it in a pause. The pause button is on. So that, and then, I think it gives the owner, the developers, a chance to bring forward their case that is beyond repair. But I can't stress enough, I don't know why we don't see emergency shoring was issued. Why is the focus towards demolition as the resolution? I'm just flabbergasted. It's the shoring that absolutely matters. It's rendering the structure safe, and it can be done quickly.
So the comments that you're making here, applying to 15658 King, would also apply to the 11 the Mayfair Hotel as well? Like they will go hand in hand?
Absolutely. In conjunction with advanced testing, that there's no reason why we don't see that out of these major companies that I've worked with before.
The other issue would be is that the party wall between the Mayfair and 158 is the one in question. It's a party wall. Both people own it. If you tear down the Mayfair and tear half of that wall down with the Mayfair, it structurally impedes that wall. If you take the Mayfair walls down, not that demising wall or the joining wall, sharing wall, where's the hazard for 158, 156?
Well, that's right. The Chicago fire in 1886 set this new, the fire marshals noticed that the collapse of the burning wood joists would bring the masonry walls down, so they developed a fire cut. I'm not sure if I don't know if that's going to be in the engineering reports, but I would say, well, does the demising wall between 11 Yonge and 150 King have fire cuts, which are slants, so that if the joists begin to burn, they accommodate collapse but leave the masonry walls in place? That's all to save the lives of firefighters. And that was beginning in the 1905. I know some of the buildings in Toronto incorporated that, but that was a very, very pivotal piece of destruction of Chicago, and advanced building techniques occurred back then. So I'm not sure why we imagine that we're so advanced today. There was quite a bit of knowledge embedded in the building's construction at that point. That's what we bring to the table. That's what architects do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Schneider. Yes, I just have a question. You mentioned that the findings of the MTE report were strictly an opinion.
Yes.
So they took an inspection, they took measurements,
Yes.
they had their findings.
Measurements, I didn't see measurements.
Okay. Well, there's degrees of bowing and things like that. So
Those are observations. They're not calculations that discuss risk of failure.
Okay.
There's various degrees. I'm more familiar with American process. It's the ASTM. It's an organization that sets guidelines how to analyze, evaluate historic buildings. I don't see that here. I see a good old boys club analyzing, pushing around paper. It's not enough. Not enough in today's modern city. You can't do this.
So would an ACO evaluation be an opinion or fact?
If it comes from one of 12, now my discussions with Ontario Heritage Trust, Sean Fraser, there's only 12 engineers in Ontario that really talk about rendering the building safe and very up-to-date methods of surviving it. My point, reach a point of safety first, immediately, then begin a proper dialogue that rewards the city. I'm new to Kitchener, but I understand is a horrible legacy of destruction, of heritage. It's embarrassing.
Well, I will disagree with that.
That's what I'm being told, but I guess you
But
have
there's
to defend
also
that.
there's also evidence, if you look behind this building, of the St. Jerome's renewal, and there's many other examples.
Yes, I've worked with them. I've worked at 119 King, lovely. Perimeter just complained forever about the expenses, but they bore it. Compliments to them. They bore through the wherewithal, and it's a lovely space. We did work on 2224 Charles with Mr. Neimer. It went smoothly. He was right. It's got great bones. But if you want us to believe that the Mayfair is in such decrepit shape, you've got to put the facts out. It's a public asset. He said it's his building, but not really. It's public. It's because it's so well made. You can't repeat this. You need $500 to $600 a square foot in modern day expenditure to get anywhere near this quality.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. I have one sort of question for you. Can you give us a quick example of if possible, of something that you have worked on that the building was in as dire a situation as we're hearing the Mayfair 156, 158 is, and that is now standing and has been restored?
Have you been to the Waterloo Hotel?
Yep.
That's one that was rooms by the hour. In Guelph, the old Diplomat is now the Western, and totally leased.
Okay.
And it has a fabulous restaurant.
And both of those would you say had deteriorated to? I mean, I understand you haven't.
I don't know what the deterioration is. I'm
Exactly.
just told that this whole thing is.
But have you seen have you seen the pictures on the website for the city?
No.
Okay.
I will say he does wish to remain anonymous. One of the 12 engineers that is very, very capable of analyzing and resolving heritage restoration. From what he saw on Kitchener's website, it's embarrassing. The building does not present eminent failure from the evidence presented, both in the MT report and this 12 some odd photographs. I want to keep him anonymous, but pending obviously an approval by council to investigate further, I guess, or somewhat negligent of the formalities that are in place here, I'm sure he'll come forward. He could be one of the candidates. There is a fellow he's from one of the Yugoslavian countries. I forget which one exactly. He's an extreme expert, and he's the leader in the province from his European experience on restoration. This, I was described by Ontario Heritage Trust as just easy. It's a cakewalk to fix. But I will respect the situation where it's just too expensive and it's not worth it, and Kitchener doesn't want to pay for that level, but I will not accept the process so far. It's just not good enough.
Thank you.
Councillor Marsh?
Thank you for coming in. I want to ask you, you mentioned a minute ago that you feel the buildings that we're discussing have a high degree of quality compared to other buildings. Can you tell us more about your assessment of the quality of the building?
No, I haven't been in them. The argument I'm trying to talk about is even if they're not elite coffee table book buildings, so what? They're halfway there, they're 3/4 of the way there, but there's a tremendous memory already in place and texture. The argument I'm trying to say is a very contemporary one that is talked about in sustainability circles. It's embodied energy. A huge amount of energy is involved in making new buildings. It's actually more economical, and I can bring I guess this is completely pro bono, by the way. I could bring this forward where our American folks have discovered, hey, it's actually economical to save any old building. It's expensive if you think about the landfill issues that are incurred and the amount of energy that the planet uses to build a new building. It's economical to stick with the old, not just the elite historic work that gets a lot of prima donna money. Mm-hmm. This is not necessarily that. But the first 3 layers offer nice texture. And I've said earlier, if you want superstar things to happen, the Sharp Center for OCAD, that big box on stilts that creates this drama. Well, you want to bring tourism, and you can do these things. You can be creative here. I think this is good tension. It's good examination to fess up and put some real money into architecture. What's going to go in place will inevitably be, and this is what Sean Fraser told me, community after community receives less than stellar material. It's never what they expected. They kind of liked what the old one was in place. And by the way, I haven't mentioned this, the reason these buildings are going down so quickly across other communities, again, per my discussions with the Ontario Heritage Trust, is insurance. There's this paranoia. Oh, it's going to fall. We're going to get sued. Well, I can't speak to that, but that is a very large issue. But the way to handle it is to have experts come in and reinforce the structure immediately.
So,
not demolition.
I don't know if you took note of the previous meetings that we had regarding the Mayfair April 23rd.
That's why I'm here. I'm just shocked. Yeah, I thought there's so much brain power in this city. How could it not be looked at a little bit better?
The reason I'm asking that is because during that meeting, there were a lot of questions about, well, can't we shore it up? Can't we make it safe? And the answer was no. That there's no ability to go inside and be safe while shoring it up. So
this is the bizarre irony of it all. Of course it's safe. You have to move in incremental ant-like fashion through the doors and shore, move up, shore. It's not rocket science history. I don't know why this is missing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just very quickly, I wanted to thank both of you for putting so much time into this. I get paid to do this. You don't get paid.
I'm going to write it into my Con Ed points for my continuing education as community service. So there's a little vested there's a little vested interest, but this is proper public service. It gets great. We're learning a lot. Thank you for the opportunity to at least put forward a challenge.
Thank you, gentlemen. Council, I just want to remind you that there's still 5 delegations, and just want to do a time check with that for everyone. Next delegation is Steve Burrows. It's now 9:42. Mr. Burrows, welcome. He left? Okay. Then the next delegation is Elizabeth Gallagher. Is Elizabeth Gallagher? Okay. Welcome, Ms. Gallagher. Mr. Clerk, can we just lower the lectern a little bit?
This way?
No, the clerk will lower it for you. There you go.
Mayor Verbanovich, members of council, and property owners, Mr. Znaimer and Seaton. In front of you, you should have a copy of my remarks. I got old, I tend to ramble. I want to read them to you. If there are any questions afterwards, please. I'm Elizabeth Gallagher. I've considered Kitchener and Waterloo my home since 1950. Currently, I reside in the Rockway Mill, Cortland area. I'm speaking to you as a past member of Heritage Kitchener, having served a full 6 terms on that committee. And as part of that role in 2008, I completed a site visit to 11 Yonge Street and 15658 King Street, as well as the Bell Legion building. The site visit was conducted by Laurier Prue, who was in charge of City of Kitchener buildings at the time. So, because I actually have walked every single floor in the buildings under question, is the reason why I'm talking to you about it. That site visit was initiated by Councillor Gazzola. in order to check on the building condition and where we were at because of the long timeline before it could be redeveloped as part of the Andren proposal. The outcome of the site visit was that the building was solid, stable, and that all measures to ensure its security and that it would be mothballed according to the requirements to stand up to at least 10 years of being vacant or being taken. And I have, based on what we saw, what we worked our way through in that 2-hour site visit, I have every confidence that the City of Kitchener maintained that building satisfactorily until 2013. In the reports that have been issued since that time, I note in 2013 a building assessment was done on the properties that said they were in excellent condition. Now, the reason for appearing in front of you is I want to look at saving something. We're at, it is either all or nothing. And I've always looked at there is a middle point where we can satisfy the public interest along with the private interest. So I am appearing before you to ask for a pause and a delay on the orders to demolish and the request to remove heritage protection in order to do a review. I am requesting a partial demolition of the upper 3 stories of 11 Yonge Street, and I'll answer questions why that later. That includes a salvage of all the yellow brick facades on the upper portions of the Mayfair and the stone lintels. Revised architectural and heritage assessment of the buildings, full cost to restore. Next page, very quickly, the history on the buildings, and at the bottom, what is significant to me is the cost to the City of Kitchener taxpayers and the tremendous public interest that this city has put in these buildings. The 11th of July, City of Kitchener purchased 11 Yonge Mayfair Hotel at a cost of $938,000. In November 1999, the City of Kitchener purchased the Heman Hardware Building at a cost of $350,000. According to City of Kitchener reports, maintenance costs, including to date when the buildings was sold, totaled $650,000, which means that taxpayers over a 10-year period have invested $1,938,000 in the 2 addresses. The adjacent, because it has come up, Weber property was and remains in private ownership. The table above that I'm giving you with the date of construction is based on Heritage Planning Staff report of 2006. The square meter footage of each of the 3 buildings is based on a report that was run by the Kitchener Record on the Heritage Block in the year of 2006.
Ms. Gallagher, if I can ask you to please wrap up.
Okay, last page. Take a look at your photographs. The bottom 3 floors are the original building. They are one building. When I walked through the building, I walked on the 3rd floor into the 3rd floor of the adjacent building. Why did it take forever for someone to understand we are looking at one structure and that if you demolished half of it, you would injure the second half? The upper 3 were added later. They are Art Deco We already have 2 significant Art Deco buildings in the city, Employment and Immigration on Duke Street, PUC building. Salvaging the bricks would allow the facade to be restored on the bottom level of Heman, and removing 3 stories of bricks has to change the loading on all of the walls that are fragile. So I'm asking you to look at, can we wait? Can we assess from the outside? I'm sure you can remove 3 stories with cranes from the top in order to work with something. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gallagher, for coming in this evening. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much. Next, I have Helen and Ken Lippert. You don't choose to speak anymore? No? Okay, thank you. Next, I have John Lee. Welcome, Mr. Lee.
We don't need a drone to see the basement. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen. I originally wrote a letter to the record on how to go about doing this building, but unfortunately I had an interview with them and they took my letter, so I have to do it from scratch. Let me begin with a little story. There is a Dutch boy who walked on one of those dikes in Holland, and one night after school, and he heard some trickling noise, some seawater going into the dike, into the field. And you know Holland is a low-lying area, so subject to flooding. And he went in there and had a look, and he saw a little old hole in the dike. So he put his little finger in it and plucked it up. And there he stayed all night long until somebody found him in the morning. All right? He was credited as, he was hailed as a hero, and because he saved his country. So this is where I agree with MTE's report. When even a little child will know if you have a small opening in a dike, a small opening will lead to a bigger opening, and a bigger opening will lead to an even bigger opening. Eventually, the whole thing will collapse. So I agree with the MTE report that there is an imminent danger, definitely. Okay, but this is all I agree with them. This is where our similarities end and our differences begin. All we need to do, in fact, we didn't even have to go inside the building. But I would suggest we go inside the building, patch up that hole, which is 1 meter long, 1 foot high, put some rubbles in it, grout it up, and leave the hell out of the building, right? That would stop the water from going into the building anymore. I mean, you could also check the other cracks of the building, of the masonry, stone masonry wall, and patch those cracks as well. This is a stopgap measure. This is the first aid measure. You need to do this right away. After that, the stone wall is already in stable condition. The next step is to build a sheet pile wall outside on Yonge Street, outside the building, maybe a few meters away. That will stop the lateral pressure from pushing against the wall. At the same time, you need to divert the water main or fix it. I heard from Mr. Syke that they have already turned it off, but they haven't fixed it yet, right? There's still some leak or something. The wall cannot withstand another rush of water going to the basement, that's for sure. Once you've done these 2 things, then you can do the superstructure. You can do the ground floor wall, which is stone masonry, right? And then the upper floors. I've written a letter. I debated all the points given in the MTE report. Unfortunately, as I told you, I've given it to the record. I don't have it now, so I can't read it out to you. But I'm very happy to make it public later on. I know time is of essence, and I don't want to spend too much of your time. So this is here where I stop. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I'm a fully professional licensed engineer in the province of Ontario, okay? And I live in Kitchener.
Is that all? Thank you, Mr. Lee. We have some questions. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for coming in. And I know we know each other. You live in my ward. At least you did the last time I met you.
No questions at all?
I do have a question. Yes. Can you explain to council? You said you were a professional engineer. What kind of engineer? I believe
I'm a civil engineer.
Okay, that's yes.
When I was in Hong Kong, I was a geotechnical engineer, specializing in designing retaining walls.
Okay.
And I've also worked in the UK and in London. I was involved in a project in St Pancras train station, which is next to King's Cross Station, in near British Museum. They wanted to tear it down, but we managed to save it. We decided that it can be salvageable. And now it's a beautiful hotel. It's the St. Pancras Hotel. I was working with Sir Robert McAlpine, and we were bidding a contract to renovate that building with a conglomerate of consultants.
Okay, thank you for giving me some context as well as council. You said you have reviewed the MTE report. Would you be willing to review the Blackwell report too once Mr. Niemer makes it available?
How come there is some echo somewhere?
It's probably me.
I can't get everything. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm probably talking too close. Would you be willing to review the Blackwell report?
I would like to read the Blackwell report. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. Mr. Niemer said.
Why is it not public?
Yeah, Mr. Niemer said tonight that he will be making it public. He has asked. Our clerk has made a note of that, so I'm not sure when that will happen, but there will be an opportunity for you to review that.
That's correct.
I wanted to know if you were interested in reviewing that as well. And once you review it, would you send comments into council?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, thank you for coming in and providing your opinion and comments. Based on what we know right now, in terms of the reports that we've seen, notwithstanding the Blackwell report still, the photographs that are on the city's website, I'm not sure whether you've seen them or not, and seeing the building from the outside, and from being an engineer, as you said, working with retaining walls or whatever exactly that you do, would there be enough information there to make some judgment decision to move forward and saving the building at this point in time, or would you need to walk through the building? Just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
I'm pretty sure I have enough information to secure the building so you can save. I haven't read the Blackwell report. I don't know what the state of conditions above ground floor, above the ground line. But what I'm proposing is a step-by-step approach. So you start from the bottom, you fix the foundation, you make sure that the traffic on Yonge Street and everything don't fall off while you're fixing the foundation, that you don't vibrate or disturb the building. Once the foundation wall is fixed, then the rest is up to the structure engineer. We need to do a structural assessment. We need to do the design. We need to do design loading. We need to know the parameters, the soil bearing pressure and the snow load, the wind load, or whatever, We need to know if there ever was a report or some drawing and some design calculations back in 1905, 1925, when they first built the building. That would help, obviously. And we need to have a report of that permit, the building permit. A building permit was actually issued in 2011, is that correct?
There was a report issued in 2011?
To certify that the building was safe in 2011.
I'm not
or
sure.
2 years before the sale to somebody else. We would like to have a copy of that report.
Right.
Yeah, that would help. I don't agree that at the time they issue the building permit, they haven't enough opportunities to do some cutouts in the building, to look at the joists and the beams and the columns inside. That's just ridiculous.
The two gentlemen that were speaking earlier this evening, John Plinkett and Simeon Panzero, what are your thoughts in terms of the comments? Do you guys agree? Do you agree with what they have stated in terms of what could be done to the building?
Sorry, I missed you.
No, earlier this evening, the two gentlemen, Mr. Plinkett and Simeon Panzera, made presentations in terms of commenting on what could be done to restore and save the building and all that.
No, I said shoring would be nice, but I don't think we need shoring at all. All we need, first of all, is to stop that gap, all right? That 1.2 meters long, 0.3 meters high gap. Is it a crack in a slanted angle? Is it at 45 degrees, which is a shear crack? Has it moved? I don't know. I'm assuming it's a horizontal crack in which you can put some infill stones in it, grout it up, patch it up, and wait a few days, and that's it. You won't see any more water coming in. Obviously, we need to make sure that the water main is diverted, or at least turn the valve turned off securely. Make sure you don't have another water burst, right? If you get another waterfall coming in, the wall may be compromised, not in that hole, but maybe some other holes. Right? I've got a full design brochure for stone masonry buildings, how to restore stone masonry buildings, how to secure it, up to the seismic standards. So up to when you have an earthquake, you got buildings falling down, you can still restore it because stone masonry is very strong. You use stone masonry to build bridge apartments, and it lasts forever, right? The wall is not compromised because, I'll tell you why, because it hasn't bulged outward or inward. There's no bulging. The water burst is only a local phenomenon, all right? There's no strain gauge, settlement inclination measurements, inclinometer measurements in the building for 10, 20 years, right? So I assume it hasn't settled. It may have settled, but nobody monitored it, so nobody knows. But if it's intact, if the basement, the foundation is intact, the soil bearing is okay, then it's just a matter of patching up that opening, that's all. That opening is a worry. If you get another bridge in that opening, then indeed the whole building will collapse. Okay. But you need to fix that first. When fixing it is 1 hour, 2 hours job.
Councillor Yunitsky, your time is
Thank
up.
you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Davey?
Thank you. And I think it's important we touch on this because the previous delegation also mentioned why aren't we shoring it up. In the consultant's report on page 4, it clearly says that installation of the shoring of the deficient structure may in itself trigger the collapse of the unstable portions.
Yep.
So how do we get around that? And I keep hearing this, why aren't we shoring it up?
That is why I recommend no shoring. When you patch up the hole, you don't need to do any shoring. Why do you want to aggravate the situation? Don't put all the problems together in one go, right? You got to do it step by step. You got to start from the beginning, from the bottom, and then you come up one by one.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just saying, in the conclusions of the consultant report says the first step in the solution is the shoring, not patching up the walls.
No, that's wrong.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Mr. Lee. That's all the questions.
No more questions?
No more questions. No. Thank you very much. Mr. Berman, I know you were registered for 11 Young. I just thought because we didn't debate that issue, I'd give you the courtesy if you wanted to speak to this one.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for having me here today. This is my first time speaking before this Council, so thank you. It's interesting. I got a lot of emails and questions about 11 Young and Councillor Yunitsky's motion to postpone this, essentially. It's interesting, though. There's been lots of emails and now postings on the website with more information that's come out and come to light. So I've kind of been listening throughout, and I've been listening to what everybody has to say and what some of the engineers, some of the architects have to say. And I'm left with the thought that the building must be in really grave shape, and that a 10-meter wide hoarding isn't really enough, or 10 feet, whatever it might be, isn't really enough. It sounds like that building's going to come down. And I can't help but think, while I was sitting having a tea over at Williams, that the building could come crashing through that wall at any time, at any time, as well as your staff members who are working right directly there. I mean, it's a five-plus story building, and I mean, it's not going to fall within 10 feet of the building if it does fall down. I would ask, as a citizen, and I'm sure that there's lots of citizens here that would agree with me, that we at least do the bare minimum of asking the AOC to take a look at this. I mean, it's a simple thing. I think it puts to rest a lot of what people fear, that we're just tearing down another building. And I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to tearing down buildings that need to be torn down. I'm opposed to tearing down buildings without having all of the information. We certainly have had 8 engineers that were involved in this on Friday. I did hear that a City of Kitchener official didn't attend inside the building of 11 Yonge. Well, there were other people that I assume the city would be responsible for if something were to happen, and that we could make an exception to the rule, as we have for these other 8 people, to go into the building, take a look at it from the AOC. And you know what? They probably will say, building's got to come down. And guess what? Building comes down. But at least it gives everybody, the public, the people that are in this gallery today, the assurance that we've done everything possible. And I know the argument can be made, you know, we keep on arguing this. And Councillor Davey, actually, you made this point earlier, and I'll speak to that, that we kind of just want to keep on doing things until we get the answer that we're looking for. And I get that. I hear it a lot. I see it a lot. But you don't take your Jaguar to the Cadillac dealership or to the Toyota dealership. You get the Jag guy to work on your Jag. And that's what we need right now, is we need an expert to look at this. I'm very happy to hear that Mr. Neimer has some people with experience in engineering on heritage buildings. That's fabulous. I wasn't aware of this in previous discussions, so it's great to hear that there's some experience, but this would be somebody whose sole purpose is to fix a Jag or to look at a heritage building. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? No? If not, thanks, Mr. Berman. And just for your information, both Mr. Neimer's engineer and our city's, the engineer that the city hired, MTE, both have had experience dealing with heritage buildings, just so you're aware of that.
But they're not experts.
They may not have the ACO designation, to my knowledge. I don't know if they do or don't. So I just want you to be aware of that. Okay, so at this point now, I will go to Councillor Etherington, I think, who asked that he make a motion. He said unless the ward councillor or Councillor Yanetsky wanted to make one. Councillor Yanetsky has buzzed in. Councillor Yanetsky?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to table this right now just so we have something to work with. As most people know, the Heritage Kitchener committee met this afternoon and discussed this whole issue of this 156, 158 King West property. In terms of what you heard this evening was basically what happened also this afternoon. And as a result of that, the committee has brought forward a recommendation here that I'd like to read for the audience and for the viewing audience as well. Your Heritage Kitchener Committee recommends as follows. Number 1, that no action be taken at this time to withdraw the notice of intention to designate 156-58 King Street West, the former Heman Hardware Building, as being of cultural heritage value or interest in accordance with Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. And the second motion, that an expert in the field of heritage restoration be retained to provide an opinion as to what could be undertaken to preserve 156, 158 King Street West, the former Heman Hardware Building. So
Okay.
that's my motion.
So those are the motions coming out of Heritage Committee. There's also a recommendation in staff's report with respect to this particular issue. Procedurally, at this point, I think I'm going to take the recommendations out of Heritage Committee and then move to the recommendation coming out of staff's report. I think that probably makes the most sense. Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, mine is additional information. It's similar to this, but it does state a date of deferral. So I would still, with what is before us, be prepared to give a motion of deferral to a future date.
So you're moving that this whole issue be deferred to a future date?
156, 158.
Okay. Is there a seconder for the motion to defer? To what date?
June 1st.
Till June 1st? Okay, is there a seconder? It's seconded by Councillor Gazzola. Before we deal with that, I have a question of staff. What if, in light of the chief building official's decision today to go ahead and put a notice on this building to remedy an unsafe building, I'm wondering what, if council were to not lift the heritage, the notice of intention to designate, what would the next steps be for the chief building official? Ms. McDonald?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, on the question, I would suggest that before I answer that, we have a discussion in caucus, and at that point, council can decide if they want to maintain privilege or release me from privilege.
Okay. What's council's desire on that? Okay. Councillor Etherington?
I would want to know why we're going in camera on this issue.
Ms. McDonald?
I have given council legal advice in regards to this question previously, and I'd like to share that same legal advice with council and answer any questions and seek direction from council as to solicitor-client privilege as it pertains to that advice.
Did we not get that in a memo today from you?
That's correct.
So why would we need to go in there and do it again?
Essentially, I'm bound by solicitor-client privilege not to reveal that information unless council takes a vote and gives me direction that I'm released from solicitor-client privilege, at which point I would be in a position to advise council publicly.
Okay. So does somebody wish to go into camera on this issue? Okay, moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Davey. All those in favor? Going in camera? All those opposed? Motion doesn't carry. Okay. Does somebody... Was it 5-5 or was it... I thought it was 6-5. I'll recount it again. All those in favor of going into camera? 4. And I'm in favor. That's 5. Okay, so the motion does not carry. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes. Can somebody help us understand? Ms. McDonald said, release you from privilege. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If we need to take a vote of that, I mean, the information has been given to us today we should have read it today. We heard similar information from Ms. McDonald the last time we met. So I don't know why we wouldn't already have that information and why we would need to.
The decision to release from privilege is usually done in caucus.
So we can't do that publicly.
That's my understanding. Ms. McDonald, can you correct me if that's not correct?
I would suggest it's typically been done in caucus. We do it very rarely, and usually it triggers some questions so that everyone understands the implications of the release of that privilege.
Okay. So that's Ms. McDonald's position. I guess if somebody moved it, I could still take the motion, but I think there's some risk associated with that. Councillor Davey?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if the motion's on the floor, but the memo that we received does not speak to the implications of what happens if it says, it doesn't speak to anything in terms of financial implications, any of that sort, so without getting into it. I'm extremely uncomfortable if I can't ask questions that may cause the corporation harm in private before knowing exactly what the ramifications are, asking it in the open. So if that is the question, I will not be supporting it.
So you're not supporting... Okay. Without more information. Okay. Yes, and Councillor Marsh?
I was hesitant to vote to go in caucus on a public matter when we have a gallery full of people here for the public process. But now that I see that it may be, in fact, in the public's interest for us to go into camera briefly and come back out, having been able to release the solicitor from client privilege, then perhaps it is in the best interest of the public to do that. So I move that we...
Okay, I'm not trying to be difficult. Madam Clerk, I'm wondering if you can just clarify what my options are at this point. In light of the fact that a motion to go in camera did not succeed, we're hearing that some may feel they didn't understand the full ramifications of that. What are the options available to me at this point? Or Mr. Clerk.
Through Mayor Urbanovic, voting to go in camera would not require reconsideration. It's a procedural motion. It's when its nature, council can at any time ask to go into camera, so you wouldn't need any sort of reconsideration of the matter. A new vote can be brought forward on it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. With that in mind, I would appeal to council. Please, can I ask the question, since there is no financial implications in the memo that we received, can I ask that question in camera before we release the solicitor-client privilege? So I would move that we move into camera.
Okay, so seconded by Councillor Singh. I would urge members of council to support that. I think it's important that we do have this information. I think in the interest of transparency, I personally would like to see us waive privilege, but I think we need to understand that fully, and that's information we should be getting in caucus. So I will take a vote again. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We'll break now to go into caucus then. Folks, we're going to resume Okay, folks, we're going to resume the meeting. Ms. McDonald, I asked the question with respect to the options that are available to the chief building official if council were not to grant the lifting of the notice of intention
and council has, in caucus, chosen to waive privilege to that specific question, so if you can please answer it.
Yes. Essentially, if council decided not to waive the notice of intention with respect to the designation, the CBO, or the chief building official, in his statutory role, may bring an application to the courts for a court order involving an emergency order for the demolition permit to be issued to remedy the unsafe condition, despite the notice of intention not being waived by City Council.
So just to be clear, what you're saying is that the CBO could go to court to get a decision other than the one that council made.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. And what would to be clear, what's the rationale for the CBO's urgency in pushing this to court?
In this particular case, it would be the unsafe situation with respect to the building.
Public safety.
That's correct.
Okay. And presumably then the CBO would have to retain his own legal counsel?
Yes, in this particular case, I would suggest it would be necessary, as myself and some of my staff have been involved in providing advice along the way, and it would be inappropriate for us to be part of that application. So the corporation would be faced with those costs of the chief building official taking that action.
So we would have to secure, this chief building official would have to secure outside counsel at cost to taxpayers?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, to follow it through to its logical conclusion, presumably if we were to defer, council would also have to presumably fight that, and I'm assuming you wouldn't be able to have internal counsel for that as well.
That's correct. If council's intent was to fight such an action, again, you would have to hire a separate outside counsel, so bringing it to two separate outside counsels being paid for by the corporation.
Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez on this issue?
Yes, just to clarify, Ms. McDonald, but if council did not fight the issue once the chief building official took it to court, if he came back and then we agreed, there would be no additional costs. Is that correct?
I'll have to qualify that slightly. Typically, if you were going to fight it, you would fight it as the chief building official was bringing that application, so you would be fighting it all along the way concurrently with the chief building official's action. And if you did that, then you would incur costs. But if you allowed the chief building official just to make that application or didn't object to it, and he proceeded, you would just have the costs of his lawyer.
That was what I'm asking. So essentially, he would follow through with the argument, and then if we allowed the building issuance, then it would go ahead. The demolition would go ahead. Right?
Essentially,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
There is a difference between a outright refusal to go ahead and a deferral, is there not? A deferral could well pass over everything. Is that not right?
I would suggest to you if the deferral was if there was a deferral of anything significance, the timing is of the essence, and I would suggest the chief building official still has that option to go to court while the deferral's in play if council delayed too long on making a decision.
Well, timing is something that I've asked about a long time. So when does it become significant? You say it's an issue of significance. That's why I kept trying to narrow down when should this building be all down. That date has never come out. So we could go ahead with a deferral without doing a lot of court costs. Right? Yes or no?
I don't know if that's a question for Ms. McDonald or
well, she's talking about the
Mr.
legal
Sealing?
costs. No, she's talking about that we seem to be zeroing in on legal costs here.
Ms. McDonald?
I can attempt to answer the question. Based on the information that you've heard from Mr. Sealing, it's apparent you've got a second building that's in, because of its relationship with this common wall and its integral functionality with 11 Yonge Street. In order to deal with the public safety concern of 11 Yonge Street, you need to move immediately to a demolition. And I think the clock is ticking extremely fast. And I would suggest to you that as soon as all the drawings and shoring plans could be made, I think Mr. Sealing said the demolition permit would be issued immediately, and I believe Mr. Neimer indicated he would commence demolition as soon as possible. And so any delay will cause a delay within that time frame, and that is significant when you have buildings of this concern.
Councillor Singh.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question of Mr. Sealing?
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Sealing, realizing that you're in a very difficult position, and I respect that, and I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. You, in your determination, have already outlined that the adjoining property is also unsafe, and your intention is to post notice of also demolition for that building as well, correct?
That's actually been completed this afternoon.
Okay. And if council were to take a decision contrary to what you need to do to exercise your responsibility, what would be your next step?
I will be seeking outside counsel to remove the unsafe condition. I cannot stress enough to council that I have an unsafe situation at 11 Yonge Street. I learned more about it on Friday. I witnessed it for myself today. I've got a very large unsafe building that's interconnected through its structure with the adjacent building 156, 158. It cannot be shored safely and promptly.
And that would be regardless of however you want to call it, referral, deferral, if it limits you to issue that notice, that will be your next step?
Yes.
And that next step will be immediate, or will you delay some time?
I will not delay.
Thank you.
Councillor Ethington.
Yeah, it's basically a point of order, Mr. Mayor. We've been through this about 28 times. We know the answer to those questions. We don't need to hear them again. I was just going to point out on the motion that could be moved forward to May 25th.
Okay, folks, it's late. We got to move forward. I understand what you're saying, Councillor Ethington. That comment wasn't necessary. That was a legitimate question, and folks are trying to legitimately move things forward. We exercise patience with you when you have questions to raise. We ask you to exercise that same patience. Please continue.
Thank you.
And I apologize for that. This is an issue very close to my heart. May 25th, it could be moved back to May 25th. We don't have a meeting on the 18th because it's the stat holiday. But instead of June 1st, if it helped any, we could defer to the 25th and perhaps get around some of these suggested obstacles.
Okay, so your motion now, it reads May 25th. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. A question for you, Mr. Sealing. Considering that it's true that the public process here has really been truncated, and so we have, gone from learning about more information about the building on Thursday, and then Friday, and then today. Could we? I'm concerned about the fact that there are people in the members of the public who were not informed about this meeting or about the facts and about this building, and so they weren't able to comment. And so I would wonder if you would consider it possible within your role for us to delay this decision for a few days, to allow for a special council meeting, for example, later this week, to allow for more notice and perhaps even an ACO heritage. We know the outcome of a heritage assessment is not going to change your mind. We know that. You've told us that. But I think that in the public interest for this public building that we have spent close to $2 million on outright, that it may be needed. So can you comment on your actions, your possible ability to wait?
Through the chair, I respect that there may be some people that do not agree that with the process that I've taken. I've tried to be transparent. As I've learned new information, I have shared that information, not only on April 23rd, but today. I attended Heritage Kitchener today to share information. I've got 3 engineers telling me the building is unsafe, 156, 158. It is interconnected with another building through its structure, through the common wall. I have an imminent unsafe situation, told by a 4th engineer just a few minutes ago, that he does not disagree that it's imminent danger. I'm sorry, but I cannot give any more extensions.
It's really hard to hear that. I fully appreciate that you have done all that you can, and that you have really worked hard to give up-to-date information as you receive it, and I do appreciate that, Mr. Sealing, and so please don't take my comments as any indication otherwise. But look at, the public. This is in the public interest. This is a heritage.
Okay.
So that's. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm now going to take the motion for deferral. It's been moved by Councillor Etherington. Who was your seconder? Sorry, Councillor Gazzola, and you're amenable to the date change of May 25th? Okay, so I'm now going to deal with the motion to defer. Okay. All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed to the deferral? Deferral does not carry. Councillor Ioannidis.
That the question be put now. And move staff's recommendation.
So, sorry, we've got to deal with the Heritage Kitchener. Thank you. The Heritage Kitchener motions first. There's two recommendations moved by Councillor Yanetsky, seconded by Councillor Fernandez. And they're in front of us. Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, just to comment on this recommendation, the deferral, this is sort of similar to what was provided by Councillor Etherington, but the date of May June the 1st, move forward to May the 25th, is a time of 2 more weeks. There's a matter of urgency here that I would see, that by approving what we have here suggested and recommended by the Heritage Committee, intends that this matter be dealt with immediately in terms of getting that opinion, and that could be done in the next few days. So on that basis, I'm prepared to support this recommendation on the basis that it still follows through and goes through with getting an assessment, but is done as quickly as possible.
Okay, so these recommendations have been moved and seconded. A recorded vote has been called. We're voting on them. You didn't ask for them to be voted on separately. Okay, we're voting on them together. Okay, all those in favor of this recommendation? All those opposed? Motion does not carry. Councillor Ioannidis.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Singh.
My apologies, I don't want to delay this any longer. Mr. Neimer had mentioned that his future endeavor would be to capture some of the heritage component in any future development. Can that be put into as part of this motion, or it would probably be prudent to bring at a later time? It's just that once we've made a decision on this, it'd be difficult to...
I believe there was wording in the
Is it as explicit as what Mr. Reimer is willing to do, or... I wanted to take that interpretation of staff. So if they feel comfortable with it, as is written in the report, I'm fine with it. If they want more clarification, then it might be now the best time to do.
Mr. Sealing, do you have, as part of your approval process of the demolition permit, the understanding of what council is looking for in terms of retention of certain aspects, or do you need some?
Building staff would work with our heritage staff, like we did with 11 Yonge Street, to incorporate some of those features and ask for those things to be salvaged.
Okay, so you don't need any additional wording to that effect?
No, I can work with heritage staff.
Good. Just wanted that confirmation.
Okay.
let the minutes show that. So recorded vote has been called. All those in favor? We're moving the staff's report. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Marsh.
No, it's my paper.
Okay. We're now at 10:47. We have a number of items and 2 delegations to go through yet. I would require a motion to go past 11. I know it's not ideal, but and I know it's tougher on some than others, but I would ask that we do that and that people continue as long as they can. Councillor Fernandez.
I'd like to make a motion to not to go past 11, the ruling that we would have if we had to go past 12, which is to suspend our council rules.
So you're moving that we go past 11 but not past 12.
Well,
we would have to have a second motion
right.
later on.
That's
so
right.
I'm just
asking that we suspend the council rules at this time.
We don't need to suspend them. The motion that we need now is to go past 11, and we need a unanimous vote for that.
No, but the reason I want to ask for suspension of the rules is because we only require a 2/3 motion.
I think that defeats the purpose. So can we deal with the motion to go past 11? Yeah. Okay. So the difference is we're not suspending rules. Well, okay. Moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on then to our next delegation, and that would be Mr. Roger Farwell, Creative Enterprise Initiative. Thank you for your patience, Roger, and welcome.
Thanks very much. I'm glad to be here, and you guys have had a busy night, so I'll be very succinct. I'm here really just fulfilling my duty as acting CEO on behalf of the Creative Enterprise Initiative and our board to speak and thank you for your consideration of what's under your administrative reports and the motion that would deliver $39,400 to Creative Enterprise being allocated for small to mid-sized and emerging organizations. We've had some discussion around that, and these projects are certainly underway and span a great deal of activity from community engagement with Grand Social on through the Music Accelerator program that we're doing in partnership with the City of Kitchener, and on through grant writing services and other things that are actually in place. So your support of that allocation would be greatly appreciated, and I'm hoping that you'll see your way clear to do so. We are at the same time, so that's with regard to programming, so those monies are through put. There are organizations that we're working with to provide some acumen and some interest and ambition alongside them so that they succeed. And in order to do that, of course, we have an operating side of the organization that actually houses us and provides some staff in support of that. Previously, you deliberated on that issue, and I'm going to just leave you with a note. Obviously, the motion that's on the floor is with respect to the programming dollars we just talked about. But if you can see your way clear to delivering the other $26,000 of operating, which is at the moment is currently withheld, that would be greatly appreciated and would facilitate Creative Enterprise doing its work this year. So thank you.
Councillor David, you disappeared. Okay, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Farwell, just, so this funding is, the release of this funding is not for operational purposes. It will be just dispersed to emerging and mid-tier organizations, correct?
That's correct. Yeah. That's exactly what's happening. As I say, part of it's used for Grand Social, the community engagement platform, but the Music Accelerator, grant writing that we're doing with them, design, advertising, and so on for their events. some project management services. We're working with Cultroon on the World Music Festival, which is going to be happening here in Kitchener, so that's a Pan Am participant. That's in play, along with the Arts Awards, and in fact, we're doing work with Your Artist in Residence, Janice and her At the Root Festival, and all of those things. So it's going right through to those works.
Good. It was in the report. Some of it was in the report, but it's good that you elaborated again. Thanks.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Farwell, for coming in. Just a question regarding the your review, your organization's review.
Yes.
When does that report come forward?
So the board is dealing with that. It's in draft form right now. They haven't been able to consider it. We haven't formally met. We have a meeting on the 5th, and we're in the midst of that deliberation. So it's near finished. I'm going to say probably by the end of June. I think that's we said about a year ago that it would take that long, and so I'm expecting by the end of June the board will have dealt with it.
So then any recommendations coming out of that report for changes going forward, would those be implemented at all in 2015, or would those be for beginning your calendar year?
So 2016 is what I'm anticipating to try and answer you. The dollars we're talking about now are within our fiscal year, which is ends December 31st of 2015. That's why I'm here, asking for your support to continue to deliver that program. If we've got changes ahead of us, or however, we both have studies coming due. You on the impact of sustainability or per capita funding, and us with a third-party review on the shifting mandate of creative enterprise. As a result of all of those things, they'll all go into play in the next year as we do that plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion at the appropriate time.
Councillor Davey.
Okay, I think you answered my question, Mr. Farrell. I just want to confirm then. So part of the reason I met with you, and I appreciate you taking the time, but part of the reason I'm inclined to support this is because my understanding is some of these dollars were sort of already allocated. But if I'm understanding correctly, I don't have to worry about this necessarily happening in terms of them already being allocated because of the report that will be coming back to us in the future. So for next year, if we approve this, they won't automatically be assumed for next year, I guess is my question.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is this year's program, and, there's a formula that surrounds this, right? I mean, because the allocation on the program funding side really has to do with your per capita funding. It's the small bit of the money that we actually get that comes to us via the per capita funding that you have in place.
Okay. Just to save time, pending Councillor Marsh's motion, I'm prepared to support the recommendation, if that's what it is. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Marsh. Are you moving the recommendation?
Yeah, I'm moving the recommendation. Yeah.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Fernandez. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
With thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Farwell. We'll now move on to Ms. Melanie McNeil, Woolwich Kin Club. Thank you for your patience, Ms. McNeil.
Mr. Mayor and City Councillors, thank you very much for taking the time to hear my request. I'm a member of the Kin Club of Woolwich, and we have a fundraising race that we are holding at the Kiwanis Park this year called the Grand River Amazing Race Hunger Games Edition. This is our 4th year holding this race, and it has benefited local charities over the previous 3 years of over $100,000. This year we support the Grand River Hospital Emergency Department, the KW Humane Society, Parents for Community Living, Woolwich Community Services, and the bereaved families of Midwestern Ontario will all directly benefit from participants who sign up to participate in our race. The reason I'm here today is to request an exemption to be able to serve alcohol at Kiwanis Park in a beer garden type of environment, to allow us to be able to have a little bit of revenue to provide the online donation site that we cover for our registrants. That site incurs some costs, and we're a small service club of 8 members who are completely volunteers. So we do not have a large budget for those costs. So some revenue is greatly appreciated to help so that the charities get 100% of the donations from the donors, and the donors are not charged a service charge. With regards to safety, we acknowledge that the park is I don't know how you word it, but doesn't allow alcohol because of the pool. And we acknowledge that we are in a separate area as to the general patrons. We've taken great lengths to think all those things through with regards to fencing, a tent, different ways of wristbands and acknowledging who those people are that are going to be using that and away from the general population. Our goal is not to actually have people that are there to enjoy the park, not to get them into our area, is just for the participants in our race. So far we have the most teams that we've ever had, which is really great and exciting for us. We have 42 teams registered so far. They're only teams of 2, so we're talking about a couple, about 100 participants so far, and then about 100 volunteers and probably maybe 100 spectators to that event. So it's not a huge group, but it can be a long day. It is just open from our plan, if we're allowed, of course, is just to be open from about noon to maybe 6 or 7 when our race would wind up. When all the teams cross the finish line, we tally the results and everything is all wrapped up that day. With regards to safety, as I mentioned, it would be in a separate area away from the pool, wristbands, fencing, smart serve, of course. We have a great volunteer that works actually for the city of Kitchener in the Odd. So she's taken that on and has all of her people in place to have smart serve and be able to really manage this, we feel, very safely. Let me see if I've covered all my points. The biggest thing, I guess, is that if we aren't allowed the exemption, is that we would have to decide whether we close down our online donation site, which we've always been able to have, since there really is no other way for us to generate revenue at this particular location, which is the first year we've taken it to this location. And that would greatly reduce the amount of fundraising that our participants would be able to achieve, because people can donate from anywhere to these participants. So that really enables us to raise a lot of money for a lot of charities that would have no other opportunity to have something like this for them, because there really aren't many races that race for 5 small charities. Most races are for the one big charity. So it's quite an opportunity that way. And if we didn't have that, then we may have to decide if we actually charge the donors, which I personally have felt very strongly against doing when someone is donating, or took it out of the charity proceeds, which we also don't want to do and can't really do for tax purposes. So if we couldn't find it elsewhere, we might have no choice but to close the online donation site.
Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to thank to Brenda McVeigh, who responded to my email with all of the answers, and you covered them all again tonight. I know that the motion is not to approve the exemption. I would therefore like to change the wording when the appropriate time is correct and approve the motion, but I see that we have a number of questions.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for coming in and for bringing this event to Kiwanis Park. You answered actually many of my questions. My overwhelming concern, if we end up approving this, is how you will limit it to patrons of your event and not other patrons of the park.
Oh, thank you. That was an important point that I may have missed, is that we won't be having signage for, like, our event will have signage, start-finish lines and things like that for the Grand River Amazing Race, meaning to draw the participants to that area that know what that is about, not general people from the park. And we will not have, like, a beer tent sign. Like, it's really... Its only intention is to provide an area for people to go and mingle after while they're waiting for, these people have run a race, they're tired, their families are there, and just somewhere to sort of sit and hang out and wait for the rest of the racers to arrive to then find out how everybody did, and everything will be wrapped up and done very early in the evening.
Okay, great. And one of the other concerns as well, I'm just trying to cover something because I don't want to get into the minutiae, because we'll be here all night if we're adding conditions to the recommendation. But I am inclined to support having the beer garden in the park. One of the other concerns is, and I want to, just for the official record, if someone does have to be removed from the beer garden, are you comfortable removing them from the entire park and not just the tent?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
yeah, and in our experience previously, and I hope it's okay if I answer that, with a little more,
sure.
That we have never, ever had that be an issue, because again, it's This is not a party or anything that is enticing people to come and have many drinks for the day. This is more of a celebratory type of thing, and that does allow us that important revenue to cover the fundraising part of it, which this whole event is based on and around.
Okay. And last
and we
question.
would be more than comfortable to get rid of them and get them safely out of everywhere.
Very good. So I guess my only concern in approving it and not getting into the minutia of all of the details is, I guess, then so you would be fine generally being subject to the same sort of conditions we would have for an event like this if it were in, say, Victoria Park or anywhere else in the city.
Yes, I feel confident in saying that if we can get the exemption, which is the most important thing, that we obviously would comply with whatever recommendations or rules the city would place on that.
Thank you. I had a slate of possible amendment. I'm not sure what Councillor Fernandez is bringing forward exactly, and I also have some questions of staff.
Okay. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just quickly, I would support Councillor Fernandez's move to approve this. In Victoria Park, we have countless festivals within spitting distance of the clock tower and the water area there. It's not deep, but it's deep enough to drown, so I don't know what the problem is.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vivanovich. First of all, thank you for putting this event on and supporting these great charities. I know from being involved in charities that there is expenses to putting on a charity event that raises funds. I commend you for all the precautions that you've taken. I think your hours of operation are going to preclude any problems. Smart Serve, you've been very responsible. If, by chance, this beer tent raises more than enough money to cover your costs of running the online donations, would you be prepared to forward some of that on to the charities as well and add that to your total?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, just to clarify, thank you again for coming in, for staying the whole meeting. That's a long time. I want to know, will all the people who are allowed into the beer tent have some kind of colorful wristband that would then be visible to lifeguards at the pool?
Yes, and an important part to note with the racers too is that the pool is actually one of the first challenges in our race. So they will have kind of been there, done that, and be very tired. So I can't see any one of them after racing wanting to go back to the pool, but we do have wristbands is the way we would be identifying them for sure. And then of course security at the doors, where we have it very limited, and making sure that no one underage and all of that as well.
So would you be prepared to tell everybody involved that, should we go forward and say, yeah, you can have the exemption, would you be prepared to say anybody who puts this has this wristband on once you enter the beer tent is not allowed to go back into the pool
absolutely.
area?
Yeah, that would
even
only
if you
make
just
sense.
have one drink and you're going to go and supervise your kids, you still can't do that? Is that okay? Thank you.
Okay, I think those are all the questions we had of you. Thank you very much for coming in. Councillor Davey, you had a question of staff?
Yes, thank you. And again, just trying to be cognizant of the time. I'm going to really dumb down the question and ask if all of the potential conditions, if we do approve the beer garden, have been discussed with the applicant or not at this point.
Mr. Hildebrand.
Through you, Your Worship. No, we haven't discussed in detail the conditions that staff have discussed. There are some, given that the facility is open to the public, we'd also want to consider that the certificate of liability that they carry be a minimum of $5 million liability, given the number of people that are in the park. Generally, we ask for an event around 300 people, we ask for $2 million. That's sufficient, but considering the number of people that will be in the park at the time, we're suggesting that we look at a $5 million general liability insurance.
Okay, so just one question on that then, and I just I wasn't quite clear on that. So if their actual event's going to have less than 300, which it sounds like it's going to have, why would we require insurance for patrons that are already in the park?
It's just generally in an outdoor event, when it reaches 500 or more, we ask for a $5 million liability.
Okay. Well, again, to not get into the minutia, then my proposal would be that we approve, assuming Councillor Fernandez is just moving the approval, that we also give staff the authority to implement conditions as they see fit.
Sure.
Would that be okay? Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez, do you have questions of staff or just the motion?
That raised one question. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fernandez.
Mr. Hildebrand, do we do that for any of the events that happen around Victoria Park or in other areas of the city where there could be large gatherings? Is that the same? I mean, I just don't want to. I don't want to put a condition that is going to take all of the benefits of this charity event away from them.
Mr. Hildebrand?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. If the event is over 500 people, then yes, a $5 million liability insurance is requested. If the event is, if the event's around 300 like this is, then it would be a $2 million policy. The reason we're suggesting a $5 million because it's expected that there'll be well over 500 people at the park at the time that this event is going on. So it was suggested that. Given that the whole park, regardless of whether the event is in a separate area of the park, people still walk from place to place in the park, and the event, there's still going to be a number of people in the park in close proximity to the event.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to agree with that. I mean, it's up to council to decide how they're going to vote on that. But I'll be honest with you. I think that what I wanted to do is remove the word "not" out of the recommendation, and I would like to see us. I mean, I understand what Councillor Davey had suggested in terms of some regulations around this event based on staff's recommendation. But if they make a recommendation that this charity group needs to have $5 million worth of liability insurance, that may completely negate this whole event entirely. And I would really hate to see that. We've got some very, very good charitable organizations that are going to be receiving some funding for that, and I don't want to see us negate that possibility. So I don't know how I can go about doing this without prolonging this.
Well, we have a couple other speakers. I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, question to Mr. Hildebrand. In regard to the location of this particular event in Kiwanis Park, knowing roughly where the lake is, the water area, would they be at the most furthest distance away from the water area in terms of isolated or secluded, whatever the term would be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that the suggested location is on the tablelands in Kiwanis Park, so it's up on the upper hill. Just to give you some bearings, the pool area or the lake area is located below on the floodplain area, just around before you enter into the woodlot.
In terms of the comments, okay, thank you. In terms of the comments from suggested by Councillor Marsh on wristbands and whatever other methods that you use, is there an issue in terms of how do you patrol that? So somebody who's maybe intoxicated from going swimming, I mean, do you monitor that, or is that an issue that is of a grave concern?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is a bit of a concern. One of the other things that staff have been that suggested was to ensure that people aren't moving in an intoxicated state from the beer garden to the pool, that there be some sort of security on to monitor that between the pool and the beer tent.
And security provided by who? The city or by them?
By the Kiwanis, the Kin Club.
By the applicant.
By the applicant,
which means
correct.
another cost for them as well. So
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Yeah, I just have some concerns with the amount of insurance they'll do, because I think they're going to be segregated from most of the population of the park at the time. So I don't know if it's fair to include the rest of the park population in with their insurance costs. That's just my comment.
Councillor Fernandez?
Okay, so what my recommendation will be that we remove the not, so that the request for exemption be approved, and that no higher than a $2 million liability insurance, similar to what we would have for any other organization, be applied as one of the conditions.
Mr. Hildebrand?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask for some clarification on the exemption from the municipal alcohol policy. I'm assuming that it's an exemption that we allow to have. It's not an exemption from the whole policy, because there are a number of elements to that policy that need to be abided by to make it a safe event. I'm assuming that what Councillor Fernandez is indicating is that we allow to have a beer tent or a beer gardens on the tablelands or within the park, and not to exempt from the whole policy.
That, I believe,
exactly.
is the intent.
Yes.
And I'm sure clerks can work on the wording accordingly with you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Have we ever granted this to any other organization or group or any event in the past?
Go ahead, Mr.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If you're referring to an event within Kiwanis Park, no, we have a strict no alcohol policy to people who rent the pavilions and who rent the park, and we've been enforcing that to this date.
Is there any concern from staff that this is going to set a precedent that we'll have more groups and organizations coming with a similar request?
That was mentioned, yes.
Just, Mr. Hildebrand, just as a further clarification on that, a number of years back we used to have a horse show there, and I believe the horse show actually, as I recall, used to have a licensed area as part of the horse show.
Oh, okay.
So I just want to correct that for the record.
Sure. Is there, outside of this specific request, any work that we need to do to ensure that it doesn't become a precedent, or that we need to look at the policy specifically with Kiwanis Park to maybe only allow or tighten up some of the rules in order to maybe allow some groups and not others? Is that something that you've contemplated as staff? Like charity events?
Through you, Mr. Chair, haven't put a whole lot of thought to that specifically, not understanding the direction we would be going today. What has been guiding our policy decision has been statistics associated with drownings and factors associated with drownings in Canada. Approximately 1/3 of the drownings in Canada has alcohol as a factor contributing to that. So that's a significant piece that we consider in any type of policy decision, and why we moved forward in the direction we're moving. So we would want to take all of that into consideration and probably do a little bit of work before we bring anything, if we were going to bring anything forward to council.
And this is being treated differently than Victoria Park, because this is actually an active pool where we encourage people to come, and they actually pay to use the facilities there as a swimming pool versus stormwater management pond at Victoria Lake. Would that be accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we distinguish that difference, because it is quite significantly different. While people may choose to swim in Victoria Park Lake, it's not an actual pool, whereas Kiwanis Park, we maintain that as a pool. We advertise it as a pool, and we encourage. And I appreciate, I'm making comments, and I won't.
Yeah, go ahead.
I won't speak a second time on this. I appreciate the work that you do and the charities that you give to. My concern is really setting a precedent at a park with a public pool that has a lot of patrons going around. I really want to support the exemption, but I'm afraid that we need to do more work and really seeing what the ramifications could be if we open it up on this one-time basis and continue to potentially move forward, because it is a park with an active pool. So I have some concerns with this, and I'm not sure where I'm going to go yet.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to be very clear. I strongly suspect that the horse event which you referred to occurred prior to our taking ownership of the park. We've been very clear and very consistent in the application of this policy for some very good reasons. And I think it's safe to say that we have significant concerns that this will set a precedent, whether it's this club returning in future years to run the same program or other clubs who see this as an opportunity. And certainly staff do not want to see the concept of licensed event at Kiwanis Park a more regular occurrence.
Councillor Davey, and then I'll make my comments.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification of the motion. I want to make sure that, because the only conditions I heard from Councillor Fernandez was the $2 million liability, which I'm fine with, and the approval, but I just wanted to make sure that it is also subject to any other staff discretion with respect to alcohol control. Councillor Fernandez, was that the intention? I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure that your motion also included staff's discretion for any other control with respect to alcohol control.
Any other terms put forward by staff?
I mean, I would expect that they would, if they're hiring Smart Serve, that they have all the expertise.
Okay, and I just very quickly, I respect the concern about the precedent. The safety issue I personally grapple with, because on the other hand, we do have licensed events at Victoria Park, and there's I would say, more dangerous body of water in that lake. Granted, it's not for swimming, but to balance that out, there also isn't any lifeguards there. So I think it's something that we could be looking at with some strict controls in the future, but that will have to come back.
Okay, Mr. May, and then Mr. Hildebrand. Councillor Yunetsky.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in the interest of attempting to find a relatively fast solution to this issue, I think staff have heard loud and clear that you're interested in allowing this in the park and that you want this group to be treated fairly as we would any other group. I would suggest to council that there is no need to put specific criteria around it. If there's a commitment by staff that we'll treat them like we would any other group, any other charity group, then I think that should be sufficient. I'm a bit worried in the absence of legal advice or risk management advice that you might set some upset limit for insurance, when in fact there may be very good reasons why that's not the right number. And so I'd suggest that if you want to direct us to simply allow this to happen and treat them fairly as we would any other group, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, if you can give that some thought, Ms. Councillor Fernandez. Mr. Hildebrand. Councillor Yunetsky.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion at all. I'm rather puzzled by certain comments by various council members in terms of hearing staff's recommendation in terms of the issue of safety and security of the park and potential deaths, and coming out being straightforward on it. Very similar to what we just discussed earlier this evening in terms of the safety issue with the Mayfair Hotel and the Heeman building, and then council going ahead and voting to and safety is concerned. So I think what staff is coming forward in terms of safety, I'm prepared to support them on this item.
Okay, I'll be making my comments. I will be supporting the exemption. In all due respect, I realize the last issue was very hot and contentious, but I think to compare one to the other, quite frankly, doesn't do either issue justice. The reality is there are countless examples, including in our own community. I think of private sector operators such as Bingaman's as an example, where there are licensed facilities there and there's a splash and there's a large water park, and people use both facilities and they manage it and it works. At the end of the day, it's incumbent on council to consider issues of liability and risk management, and to weigh all the various factors out and ultimately make a decision. I think we've heard from the delegation there are a number of things that they're prepared to do Staff are willing to put some regulations in place, and I think a one-time exemption for this is appropriate. I think we can see what we learned from that, and if we need to make some changes in the future, if there is a subsequent request, I think we can consider that at that time. But I think whether you're talking about Victoria Park or whether you're talking about other operations in the municipality already, I think even back in the days when Sports World was open, same scenario. So it's not like this is a unique scenario, and as such, I will be supporting the motion. Recorded vote has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? And the motion carries. Okay, we'll now we'll go into tenders so that Ms. Palmer-Novakovic has an opportunity to go home at least. Somebody want to move the tenders? Moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Reports of the committees. Finance and Corporate Services. Councillor Davey.
I believe it's committee. Singular. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Singh that the items 1 to 7, the Finance Corporate Services Committee, be approved. I will also move item number 2 that has been deferred to this evening, and I would simply ask that item number 7 be voted on separately.
Okay, so you're moving 2 and ask that 7 be dealt with separately? Okay. He's asking that number 7 be dealt with separately, and number 2 is as is. The staff recommendation that's listed there. Councillor Fernandez.
I just want to make a quick comment. I appreciate the report that was put on our desk from Mr. Tiegi regarding the purchase order review. I will be taking some time to discuss these items with Mr. Tiegi, because out of the 3 projects that totaled $1 million, we had $572,000 worth of additional PO extension, so I will talk to them about that. But I'm comfortable with supporting the purchase order for the Dune South one.
Okay. Any other discussion? So we'll deal with number 7 first. All those in favor? Opposed? 1 opposed. That's carried. And the balance of the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any unfinished business? New business we've dealt with? Any questions and answers? Councillor Marsh.
Hi. Just a question about number 4 on our council agenda, communication referred to file, regarding the vegetation control program carried out by Canadian Pacific. Do we have more information on that, or is that's that?
Madam Clerk.
I do not have any additional information to provide you at this time, but I can refer back to the letter and get back to you with respect to the information in the letter.
Yep. Okay. I just would like to know what type of chemical, if any, is being used to, and I think that should be public knowledge.
I can look into that.
Okay. No other questions? So it's been moved by Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor Marsh, that leave be given the mover and seconder to introduce the bylaws listed on the agenda, and that the same be taken as read a first time and stand referred to the Committee of the Whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Davey that Council resolve itself into Committee of the Whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Could I get a mover for the second reading of the bylaws? Moved by Councillor Singh. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Some items have been dealt with. We'll deal with item number 2 first. Could I get a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Any questions, Mr. Mayor?
Nope.
No questions. Those in favor? Carries unanimously. Item number 3 has been dealt with. Item number 4. Number 4 is moved by Councillor Fernandez. Any questions? No. Okay. Those in favor? That's carried unanimously.
I'll move number 5.
Number 5, so moved. Any questions? No questions. Those in favor? Carried unanimously as well.
Move that the committee rise and report. You got all in favor?
All in favor? And that carries. And, sorry, were there any additional items? We already did? No? Okay, good, because we have to go backwards. Okay, so moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Singh that the proceedings and recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held in this date as attached here too and forming part of these minutes are hereby adopted and confirmed.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor Marsh, that the bylaws listed on the agenda for third reading be taken as read a third time, be finally passed and numbered serially by the clerk. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And it's been moved by Councillor Yanetsky that we now adjourn. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, everyone, for your indulgence and especially for allowing us to finish.